Vital Signs. This is the Mission and Goals podcast. Radio check over. Hang in there, buddy. We've got you. You're not alone.
All right. Dr. Matt Worthington, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Thank you for coming to my home, sharing your expertise and your knowledge. How does a man from Liverpool, England, who served as a police officer in the Royal Navy, end up in Townsville, Australia, as a clinical psychologist specialising in PTSD and multiple breathwork techniques?
Most of the trauma in my life comes from my childhood. My mother and father were very young when they met, and they'd only known each other about 2 or 3 weeks, and then I came along. And they were only about 18. So my dad needed a job, so he became a police officer so we can get a house, a free house to live in. And unfortunately, they were just teenagers, and my dad didn't want to be a policeman, and my mom had to become a mom all of a sudden. So that's very traumatic for, I think, any young person, you know. And because of the stress that caused, and my dad was a police officer, which is very stressful. And he was a police officer in the center of Liverpool, which is it can be very, let's say, challenging to say the least. Yeah. So he began to drink heavily, which is a symptom of PTSD. He also came from a pretty traumatic childhood. His dad was in World War II and didn't know what PTSD was back then. So he began to drink. My mum, her frustration expressed itself as anger, and it went on like that throughout my childhood, really. As a young kid, I used to escape from this conflict in the house by watching TV. I became addicted to TV. So in a sense, I was people watching. I was watching people, right? And that's what psychologists do. They watch people. And I love to watch the TV. I love to watch people, right? I didn't know at the time that was what psychology was. I didn't even know, I hadn't heard of the word psychology. Yeah. So school was not very good for me because I couldn't focus. I was all over the place. I was a class clown. Yeah, I found it quite difficult to study. And so a combination of the parental conflict, not being able to study at school, that was traumatic. But I had the TV to escape to, right? I was also watching my mum and dad a lot of the time, so I wouldn't trigger them, you know? So I became adept at avoiding certain situations, if you like. Yeah. And then, so I managed to just bumble my way through school, and we have something in England called sixth form colleges, where you can go from 16 to 18. And unfortunately, because of all the trauma happening at home, I didn't do too well there either. And I spent most of my teenage years, early 20s, just lost, just not knowing what to do. And I was also trying to have relationships with girlfriends, and I would just keep on pushing them away. I didn't understand why I was doing that, right? Beautiful girls, by the way, still in touch with them.
Everything you've said up to now sounds like my life.
Really?
Like very much, even from the parents. Like my dad left when I was 3 months old. They'd only just got together. Was in the army, like not police officer, but yeah, and then left, and I didn't see it. Very much similar.
It is. It's extraordinarily common. This stuff really. And then it sort of went. I went to a place in Oxford, not Oxford University, because I didn't do too well at school. I went to this place called Oxford Brookes University, and I really loved science. I loved watching life, and I love adventure, probably because of watching all the TV movies about adventure. So I got into Oxford Brookes University, studied biology and geography, and I was doing okay. And my dad became sick, got leukemia. Oxford is about 2.5 hours away from Liverpool, which is a long way for an Englishman, right?
For an Englishman, yeah.
So I decided to leave Oxford Brookes, and go back home because my dad was sick. I was lost. I sold TVs for a bit in a family firm. And then I got back into university, didn't know what I wanted to do, ended up getting a business studies degree after 4 years, lost, no direction. I wanted to join the military, but the Cold War had ended. So this is around about 1989. And I couldn't get into the military because they weren't recruiting. You couldn't get in with a letter from God and a gold bar from the Pope, right? So I ended up joining the police. My dad had always said, if you can't get in the military, join the police, and maybe you can get in the military later. So that's what I did. But I wasn't in very long, to be honest with you, because there was lots of, let's just say, bullying. And so I resigned. It was quite a traumatic time for me. And then I was lost. I was in sales for quite a while, worked for myself, and traveled for a bit. And eventually, it was while I was in Thailand traveling, I thought to myself, you know what, this is about, when I was about 35, 36, I'm interested in psychology. I really want to study it. So I got on to a master's in England, and I loved it. I felt as though I was really at home. This is my groove. For whatever reason, I just loved it. And I worked in mental health for a while, and that was pretty cool. Oh, I missed out that bit about the Navy. Before Thailand, I was in the Navy for a bit, but again, I was only in a short time. I was on a submarine base in Faslane in Scotland. Again, it was traumatic because I felt trapped on this base. I wanted to travel the world, but I was shore based. So, and it got me very anxious, and there was also some bullying, and I just decided to get out, to be honest with you. But anyway, maybe it was meant to be, because I got my master's, worked in mental health. And how did I end up in Australia? Well, it was one night I was on the tube in London, and I was looking at this rain and the grey sky, the grey clouds, and I was like, fuck it, I just can't do this rain anymore. And so I just applied to get into a doctorate in Australia, and I wanted to be near a beach. So I ended up getting to JCU, and I ended up studying clinical psychology at JCU. And my doctoral research was in addiction. And this is probably the first taste of actually beginning to get to know what trauma is, really. But I was only really dipping my toes in. I still didn't really know what PTSD was. We weren't really taught about it at uni, and I didn't know what it was, to be honest with you. But learning about addiction and why people drink and why they find that sort of specialized in alcohol use, why they find it difficult to stop, I was sort of getting a little bit of an understanding. And then after I finished the doctorate, I moved to Brisbane, and it was just sheer fluke. I ended up working for this trauma center, that Brisbane Counselling Center, and the owner there is amazing, Tracy. She's just phenomenal, and she was one of the first psychologists in Australia to be trained in a treatment called EMDR, and that's a trauma therapy specifically used for PTSD. And she trained me, so I was trained by the most experienced person in Australia in EMDR, and I was just like, wow. So I learned a bit more about trauma, EMDR, PTSD, and yeah, so that's how I got to be here.
I just want to go back and touch on the addictions. So
Mhm.
I am someone who suffered heavily from addiction,
Mhm.
from alcohol to gambling, cocaine, marijuana, pretty much anything that gave me a high, I took and would continue taking. To the point where, like, in my career, I made it to a fairly special unit where you got to very high performing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd get paid on a Thursday and I'd be broke on the Friday because I've gambled all my money, bought the drugs and alcohol before I blew it all. Now I know in the veteran world, a lot of veterans drink to cover the pain, they're hurt, they're masking it. Not even just the ones who went to war, like even veterans who were discharged for depression, for injuries, for a lot of reasons, they drink. And I'd assume they're addicted. Are you able to touch on why?
Mm-hmm.
Like, can we chat about that? Because there's some veterans that I know that I'm actually very concerned about. I look at them and the amount they drink. Even non-veterans. I have a very good friend who drinks a lot. I'm concerned about their health for the future. And right now, I'm on a 90-day no drinking challenge. About 86 days into it. And I'm going to continue it. Drinking, I've realised, isn't. But I've learnt that on my journey. A lot of my friends drink to the point, like daily, and drink to forget. How can we, one, get them past that acknowledgement state? So a lot of them acknowledge they drink a lot, but they don't do anything about it because nothing bad has happened yet, I suppose. That's what I'm concluding. Is it normally that people will stop alcohol once something bad happens? Or do people just, like for me, I got challenged to stop my drinking, and that's what started that. For the average person, how do they, one, what is being addicted like, and then two, how do they get through that addiction without hitting rock bottom? Well, that was a lot. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can remind me by asking those questions again. Okay. So I think initially, if we can understand what trauma is, because addiction tends to come from trauma. It's a symptom of trauma, right? Whether it's addiction to alcohol, food, sugar, drugs, whatever it may be, exercise even, right? So let's imagine, let me give you an example, okay? So let's say a 3-year-old boy walks into the living room and trips and hits his head on the coffee table, right? And let's say mom is loving and compassionate and goes over to 3-year-old Jimmy and goes, "Come here, darling. It's all good. You're fine. It's all good. Come give mommy a hug," right? Well, what's happened there is basically little Jimmy has hit his head out on the table, and his body has gone into a fear response, a fight, flight, freeze response, right? The adrenaline is going, the body thinks it's gonna die, right? That's why we activate this survival response, because the body's there. Oh my God, we could die here, right? And then mom comes over and holds Jimmy, little Jimmy, and basically through the compassion that she gives him and calms him down. In other words, she helps Jimmy to turn off his fear response, right? And in trauma terms, we would call that a completion event, right? It's when the fear response is turned off, right? Well, let me give you another example. Let's say little Jimmy comes into the living room, same thing happens, trips, bangs his head, but mom isn't around. So his fear response stays on. Now, he might have a really nice mom. She's just not around, right? The fear response stays on. The event is incomplete. There's an incompletion, right? I imagine it a bit like, if I can draw it like this. Okay. So like a completion event would be like, say, little Jimmy comes into the living room, and don't know if you can see this, but this is where he bangs his head. Fear response is on, all of that stuff, and then mum comes in and hugs him, and it's a completion, right? Whereas in the second example, the same thing happens, but there's no completion. And this is called trauma. Actually, just means a wound, right? You can cut your arm, be a wound. You can have psychological wound as well, right? And I see this as the wound, right? And in that event, the body will still be sort of somewhat filled with adrenaline, maybe for a few hours, right? And also it may come up with a strategy like avoid coffee tables, right? And now, you could live in a harmonious, loving family, but that still might be a trauma which is just suppressed because Jimmy goes on to have a nice life. But for some reason, when he's 18, he finds himself avoiding coffee tables, right? Because there's a trauma there, right? Now, in reality, a lot of people have a lot of these sort of unresolved, incomplete events, right? And so imagine each one is like a little ball of adrenaline, a strategy like avoid this, or freeze when you see this, or fight, or whatever, right? And sometimes, even if you have a loving parent or a loving maid who can come over and reassure you, sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes it still stays open. In a way, I suppose, although this isn't where the word comes from, you can see why we use the word closure, because we want to close off the event, right? That actually comes from a therapy called Gestalt therapy, which doesn't really relate to this, but it's good. It's a good place to use it.
Makes
right?
sense to me.
Yeah, right. Okay. So if you imagine someone who has a lot of these wounds, right, and full of adrenaline, stress, and all that stuff, right? We call that pain. Pain. It could be it could be anxious, or we can turn into depression. Or I can talk about that in more detail, by the way, when I've explained this. But basically, that hurts. It hurts, or yeah, it's stressful, right? So the body doesn't want to feel stress. So it goes looking for it. The body is very good at finding solutions. And you know, through learning, a lot of our solutions come from learning. So you might watch dad drink or mom drink or our friends drink, and we just start drinking, and then we feel different. Why? Because alcohol, it's about dopamine basically. Alcohol is associated with dopamine release, so is cocaine, so a lot of drugs actually. Sugar is associated with dopamine release, and dopamine is one of the nice chemicals that makes you feel nice, right? So in other words, helps if we use the word safe. We feel safe, we feel comfortable. So people use alcohol and drugs to sort of counter the effects of the stress or whatever from all these wounds, and that's why they call it self-medicating, because medicine helps us feel better, right? Yeah. So you had some other questions.
I've forgotten it already.
Okay, but why do people not stop?
Yeah, like once they acknowledge, like I have friends that have acknowledged that they're drinking too much, but they're not stopping. And it seems like from what I've experienced, people will only stop once they've hit a breaking point. Something happens in their life. Maybe it's medically, maybe their wife says they're going to leave. Maybe, like me, a big one for me, my daughter said she won't be in the same house with me when I drink.
Right.
But for me, all of a sudden, that was the last day I drank.
Okay.
Like, but up until then, whenever I'd felt depressed or whatever, alcohol was my go-to.
Mm-hmm.
And it is for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I suppose the question is there's a lot of people that acknowledge their behavior is bad but aren't doing anything about it. I don't know if we are afraid of the hard work, maybe the healing of the trauma, they don't know what to do, maybe they don't know how to replace it. Look, they're masking something, there's something happening and they're not giving it up. How can I don't know how to word the question.
How can they stop?
How can they stop? They know they're doing the wrong behavior, but they're not stopping.
I think there's a couple of things to mention here. One, the brain always tends to go with the path of least resistance, right? Least effort. And when it finds something that works, in other words, helps me to feel better, then I'll take it. And each time you do that thing that helps you to feel better, you reinforce that behavior. It's a bit like walking you're in a field and you walk across the field for the first time, but you keep on going, and in the end you've got this well-worn path, right? So there's a large part of your brain that's related to this behavior, right? Does that make sense? It's like a well-worn path, and it works, right? It helps people to feel better, right? So and once you've got this well-worn path in the brain, it's very difficult to change paths, right? So addiction, there's no choice in addiction, right? This is something we really got to get our head around, right? So let's look at the word addiction. It actually comes from Roman law, right? Or Roman culture. So back in the day, 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, right? If you were a money lender, right, and I came to you to borrow money from you, but I couldn't pay you back, you had the right to take me into slavery, right? And I would be called the addict, and the process would be called addiction. It means process of slavery, basically, right? So in modern day addiction, the master is the drug of use, and of course the slave is the person who is dependent on the drug. Does that make sense? Okay, so it's not a conscious thing. It's a subconscious thing, and this is why it's so difficult to stop, right? Now, and also whether someone stops or not, it depends on a number of factors which may or may not be present. So, for example, resilience, the ability to withstand change. We often hear with people who are addicted to something, oh, I can't stop because it's about the unknown. It's about the unfamiliar. What will life be without this in my life?
Fear of the unknown.
The fear of the unknown. In reality, there's no unknown. There's just life, right? But how would I be able to deal with the challenges of life, right? So some people who are resilient, and I believe that's a genetic thing, really, can stop. They can just stop. Like some people can just stop smoking just like that, but they can just stop. I think another aspect that's really important is self-awareness. It's, despite it being a subconscious thing, having an awareness that this is harming myself, this is harming me and harming others, right? And I think that's really the magic ingredient, to be honest with you. This is either harming me or harming other people. And then if you've got those two things like resilience and self-awareness, I think then if you had a reason to stop, the reason could be family, or it could be because you have a fitness challenge, or because it's affecting your job and it's going to be very painful for you if you don't stop. Financially, it's going to be painful. But yet some people will carry on because despite the job, despite losing the family, despite losing their house, some people will still carry on. That's not a choice. They're not choosing to harm themselves. It's like they are enslaved, right? But nevertheless, when someone has lost all that, some people are then able to stop, but they may come back to it time and time again. Addiction is a thing for life, really. And there's another aspect of addiction which isn't understood, really. It's denial. So denial is not often not a conscious, intentional thing, right? Denial can range in a sort of like spectrum, right? It's basically when people have a certain belief about the behavior, the substance use behavior. And this belief at one end of the spectrum could be just because they've been given some false information. So it could be like, if you have gluten-free beer, that's okay. Or if you have like clean alcohol like vodka, you'll be fine. That's good, right? You're not going to harm yourself. You know what I mean? And so genuinely they believe that they're going to be okay, and they continue drinking, right? And as the person continues drinking, what begins to happen is the brain begins to change, right? And it's these changes that they're like little brain injuries, right? They begin to change until you get right at the other end of the spectrum where you've got alcoholic dementia or Korsakoff's, right? So, but in between the dementia will often show up as justifications to carry on drinking. And this comes from the subconscious. It's because the brain is addicted to the chemicals that come from drinking alcohol, like dopamine, right? Which the body makes itself, right? So it's addicted to the dopamine it makes from consuming alcohol, right? So basically, and these justifications will come up, and they're like, I'm very good salesman, right? Like, we'll just have, we deserve this today. We deserve to have a slab of beer today because we've worked bloody hard. And we also had 2 slabs yesterday. I'm only having 1 slab today. So, and the subconscious brain will come up with these excuses, these justifications. It's not conscious. It's subconscious. The person isn't deliberately, intentionally coming up with these justifications. It's a subconscious process, and that's another reason why I find it's so difficult to stop. Right? Some people, something can happen, and an event in their life can happen, like a family member saying "I'll leave you" or whatever, and it can cause like a shock, like a shift in some people, and that's enough to stop them. Other people, they can develop a purpose, and like, I want to climb Everest or whatever, and that's a big thing. So that's, I need to get fit to do that, or I want to raise money to help kids or whatever, a value-based purpose. And for some people, that can be enough to shock them into stopping. Support like AA, that can help some people, having a social network, because a lot of people, when they're drinking and they're going to the pub or whatever, and they have a social network, they have friends. So what's going to happen to that when they stop drinking? Sometimes they need an alternative social network, which consists of people who understand and who aren't going to judge them. So to answer your question, yes, some people can stop if the right stimulus is there, but some people can't, and it's not their fault. And like I said before, it generally always comes from trauma. And the problem with this is with trauma is it's not obvious. It doesn't show on your face. There's no scars or blood coming out of your face. It's not obvious. And to all intents and purposes, the person, for want of a better word, looks, in quotes, normal. And there's no such thing as normal. But, and this is one of the big problems. Why can't you just stop? Well, it's because of all the trauma and the self-medicating, that well-trodden road. The brain's addicted to the chemicals. It's bloody hard to stop. And anyone who does should be highly commended.
So is there a difference between being addicted to different substances, or is it all what those substances do to the brain, and our brain being addicted to its own chemicals? So you were saying the brain was addicted to dopamine when it comes to alcohol.
And cocaine and
cocaine.
other drugs that produce.
So they're not actually addicted to that substance. That substance is just making your brain produce more dopamine.
Yeah.
So if you could replace your cocaine or alcohol with another dopamine activity that is a better, like a good,
like exercise
or whatever, you could replace an addiction with another. I suppose, would you then be replacing it with another addiction?
Well, it's as well as replacing it with something else, right? It's also bringing in things like self-reflection and support. So reflecting on what you've done today, like I exercised for 4 hours today. Maybe that's a bit too much, right? But if, just by a lot of people, especially with trauma, they find it difficult to self-reflect. They find it difficult to sit and focus and write. Talking to people, then, they can bounce ideas off people and get support, some sort of reflection that way, just to help them stay on track, really. Yeah.
Trauma, when most people think about trauma, they think of a single event that fucking shocked their system and whatever. It's more than that, isn't it? It can be not receiving enough love in childhood. It can be the feeling of unworthiness for whatever reason. Can you just explain how it's more than just that? Because a lot of people think PTSD comes from war, when it doesn't. And that we'll get onto PTSD later, but trauma, in the name PTSD, it can be from childhood. It doesn't have to be from an incident. It can be from society and the way it brings you up. Can you just delve a little bit more into that to let people know that it doesn't have to be just a single incident like a car accident or getting shot or blown up or whatever, that it's something you can grow up with and then you have to unpack that. It's something I've learned on my journey this year. Some of my trauma was when I was like 4 years old, and here I was trying to heal my trauma from my 20s, but I had to delve down and down and go down to 4 years old and back to that, and then start figuring out my healing journey from there. Can you just delve a little bit into that, explain more about that?
Yeah. So basically, trauma isn't the new thing. And before I said trauma means wound, right? But another way to look at a trauma is to think of it as change or adaptation, right? So you think about it in evolutionary terms. Why would you have trauma, right? Because it leads to adaptations, right? And trauma changes us on a genetic level. That's why the adaptation occurs. Our genes basically is the programming for the body. Yeah, it tells the body how to make itself and what to do and right? And if you think about it, this body is built for very hostile times, right? And we had to survive. So we would have been traumatized every single day, right? We could have been, like our ancestors could have been sitting around a fire somewhere, I don't know, in Norway or somewhere like 200,000 years ago, right? We'd have been eating our ribs or fish, and there's a group of us, and then Colin gets dragged off by a wolf, and it's like, fuck. Right, so that would have traumatized us, right? And this would have been happening every day, and that would be called an epigenetic event, right? So that trauma, that event would put you into a fight, flight, or freeze response, which is essentially adrenaline and cortisol. Cortisol is a chemical which basically fuels your fight-flight response, but it also is a chemical which will sit on your genes in the nucleus of your cell, right? So if you think about what genes are, they're like sections of DNA, right? Humans have 26,000 genes, and cortisol will sit on some of these genes, right? And essentially turns some on and turns some off, right? And you know, it's fairly random, but some of those that causes change, right? And some of those changes could actually be, from a survival perspective, positive. So the next time we're sitting around a campfire, you know, eating our fish or whatever, we might be a bit more wary, a bit more vigilant. That's how trauma basically helps us with survival. It's not about quality of life, it's about survival. Why? So we can reproduce and perpetuate the human species. That's what it's about, right? So essentially those changes from thousands of years ago, we've inherited them. Our ancestors survived because they were traumatized. There's something changed, and we inherit those changes. So we inherit trauma. I'll give you another example. A few hundred years ago, I think it was in the Netherlands, there was a famine, right? And so no food, lots of trauma because of the famine. And so the next generation, after the generation that was experiencing the famine, then the babies and the children, they grew up, they were overweight. The genes had changed, and they were telling the children, eat more so you'll survive, right? Whenever you come across some food, eat it, right? And I think the famine was more or less over when the next generation came along, so they were eating more food. But that change stayed around, I think, for 3 or 4 generations, and then it settled down again, right? So that was a trauma which caused a genetic event, right? So we inherit trauma, so essentially we're all traumatized, right?
And then you're just talking about generational trauma.
Generational trauma. And then we can have trauma in the womb. So, you know, there's loud noise, or if mum is stressed for some reason, again, It's going to affect the baby's genes. Being born is traumatizing. It's going to affect the baby. And in the old days, the doctor, I don't know if they still do this, the doctors would whack the baby when it was born. That's trauma, right? So we've had a lot of trauma before we've even come into the world properly, really. And even people who are brought up in harmonious upbringing, they can still be traumatized, still have these changes, right? But it doesn't take much to traumatize a child, right? There's a famous experiment, quite controversial at the time, the 70s, by, I think it was a psychologist, Professor Tronick, his name is. And it's called the still face experiment. So basically in his laboratory, he brought in this amazing mom, a very kind, compassionate mom with her baby. I think her baby, I don't know, 8 months, maybe 1 year, I'm not sure. And basically they sit the baby in a chair, maybe it's a little bit older than 1, and the mum's interacting with the baby, and the baby's cooing and they're babbling and they're going backwards and forwards, and it's beautiful to watch. And then the mum is instructed to just keep a still face, right, for 2 minutes. And the baby becomes extremely anxious, goes into a fight and flight response, wants to get out of the chair, wants to get away. All the mum is doing is just staring at the baby without any expression. And I'm sure you've had that experience yourself, where someone has stared at you and they're not moving. There's no facial expression, right? That was traumatizing, right, for the child. But at the end of the experiment, after the 2 minutes, the mum reconnects with the baby, turns the fear response off. It's a completion of the event, right? Why does that? Why is that so stressful anyway? Just as a side note, it's because we're tribal, we're social beings, and before we could speak, oh, by the way, we became tribal because it just increased the likelihood of survival. We became dependent on the tribe as we are dependent on food and oxygen. It was if we weren't in the tribe, we were dead, basically. And how would we communicate that we had each other's back? By smiling, right? And you knew that someone didn't have your back because they'd grimace. And if they had a still face, you didn't know which way they could go. Have they got my back or not? So the brain automatically goes to worst case scenario. You're probably going to attack me here, so I want to get away, right? And that's all it takes. So if you've got a parent with depression and doesn't smile very much, that could be traumatic for a baby, And the parent might be a beautiful parent, but that's all it takes. And there's no judgment on parents. It's just like a cyclone hits a tree. There's no judgment on the wind. It just has an impact. It's just the impact. Trauma is not the event. It's the change in the body which occurs either during or after the event. That's what a trauma is. It's when the fear response stays on and there's an incompletion of the event. And if you're in a disharmonious family, where maybe a parent has left, or there's conflict, or whatever, or maybe even parents, they're nice parents, they just haven't got much money, so they're working all the time, so they're not around for the young child, right? Or there's lots of moving around, lots of schools, even if there's lots of bullying at school, things like this, right? This is trauma after trauma after trauma after, like every day there's these incompletion events, right? And eventually what we get is something called complex post-traumatic stress. So we've heard of PTSD. Well, I prefer the term PTSI, post-traumatic stress injury, right? Because it's a biological thing, right? I don't think really it should be called disorder. I think PTSI is more accurate, if I'm being honest. But anyway, so if you think of PTSD as occurring after one event where you get symptoms like nightmares, flashbacks, and what have you, well, complex PTSD is multiple PTSD events. And often that comes from childhood, unresolved trauma from childhood. And typical symptoms are, by the time the child is like 12, 13, maybe they've got anxiety, depression, maybe they started drinking. Yeah.
How can we, family members, friends, recognize PTSD in someone? And then how can we be there for them?
I think, first of all, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. I follow a guy called Bessel van der Kolk, Dr. Bessel van der Kolk. He is Mr. PTSD, basically. It's because of, he's a psychiatrist, he Harvard educated, very clever man, a bit of a maverick. He wrote the Bible on trauma called The Body Keeps the Score, came out in 2013. And so if you think about it, we're in 2023. That book, which is considered the Bible on trauma, came out in 2013. We've only just found out what trauma is, right? Yes, there's various symptoms like not being able to focus, becoming socially withdrawn, anger, and these symptoms are being treated. Okay, and if that helps the person with their quality of life, fine, yeah. But I don't think the underlying cause is being treated or being understood, because the amount of knowledge out there is minimal. It's minimal, and it's only very recent. So to answer your question, I think it's really important that parents educate themselves. How? Watch YouTube videos. Read the book by Bessel van der Kolk. Follow Bessel van der Kolk, another guy called Gabor Mate. He's a medical doctor who's traumatized himself. Bessel van der Kolk was traumatized when he was a child by World War II stuff. So, yeah, knowledge is power. And if you're going to have children, read this stuff first. Prepare yourself first. And this stuff, there's information in Bessel van der Kolk's book. It tells you the things you can do, really. But I think one of the basic things is understanding that trauma is an incomplete event. It's an incomplete event. So just from a parent to a child perspective, it's letting the child know if it was an event which wasn't their fault, letting the child know it's not your fault. You know, this is mum and dad arguing, or this is mum and dad's stuff. It's not you, you know, and sometimes that might be enough to close off the event. Sometimes it's not, right? Trying to have a as far as possible, trying to have a harmonious household. I think also as well, being real, like having children. I mean, I'm not a parent myself, but having children, it's going to be bloody hard. It's expensive. It's tiring. It's exhausting. You've got to be real about that, right? So if you can't afford to have a child just yet at the time in your life, you know, or for whatever reason, then you've got to really consider that, because your stress is going to be projected onto your child. And if you want to give your child the best possible start in life, begin from a place of, or as close as possible to harmony as you can. I know that's probably idealistic, but it's real.
So I have a 15-year-old daughter who share custody. I'm actually really scared from the trauma I've passed on to her, just from my life. Me and her mum and I, got together at 18. I just joined the army. I deployed 6 months later, found out she was pregnant 3 weeks into my trip overseas, came back, got married, didn't even really know this woman. Then all of a sudden, come back from overseas, I'm a dad. The whole thing, like looking back now, there's a lot I regret. Well, I don't regret, because it's made me who I am and made everyone who they are, and lessons, all that. But I can see the trauma I've put. Well, I assume, I don't know if my daughter is traumatized because of it, but there is definitely certain areas of my life where I could see that I might have passed on trauma from my anger, my PTSD, my depression, my anxiety, my outlook on life, my sitting on the couch for a year and a half, fucking not doing anything, just completely frozen in depression. There's been anger outbreaks where I've ripped my door off in front of her. Like, how fucking traumatic would that be? I had early last year a veteran thought I could help heal him, so I hadn't spoken to this guy in over 10 years, and I put him into my house so I could monitor him and watch him, and he ends up having PTSD, psychosis and shit, and like I'm dealing with that while my daughter's in her bedroom while he's screaming and I'm holding him. So there's a lot of trauma I'm afraid I've passed on to my daughter. How can I rectify this?
Okay, two things. I'm not saying that we can get to complete solution, you know, but one thing is it's about trust, right? So children want to be able to trust their parents, right? And trust basically is a feeling, which if it could speak would say, what's the likelihood that you're going to have my back? Or what's the likelihood that you're going to hurt me? Right, and these likelihoods are based on actions, right? So basically, this is one of the reasons why we say actions speak louder than words, right? So, first of all, one, we build trust by, as in, like, you know, I've got your back, by owning stuff. We own it. We own our shit, right? We say, yeah, and we can own it by apologizing for each and everything we've done, right? And if you can say, is it something that you want me to apologize for? Because I do. But it's not just that though. It's about taking action, right? So the apology is backed up by actions, right? So the actions could be, okay, I'm going to stop drinking. Okay, that's an action, right? Okay, good. And to ensure I stop drinking and continue on my no drinking journey, I'm going to go to AA, or I'm going to speak to the doctor about some medication or whatever. And you have my permission to check in on me, or if you want to, you know, things like this, right? So and I know that the reason why I'm drinking and I'm angry is because the trauma I've had, which goes back all the way to my childhood, not just war, childhood stuff, right? So what am I doing about that, right? Well, there's various things I can do now, and what I'm about to say is not medical advice because I'm not a medical doctor, so I just want to get that disclaimer out there, okay? And I'm not recommending anything, okay? There's a book called The Invisible Machine by Dr. Eugene Lipoff, right? And a journalist called Jamie Mostert, right? Dr. Eugene Lipoff is an anesthetist, a pain specialist, very traumatized himself. From the Ukraine as a little boy, saw a lot of trauma in the Ukraine, eventually got to medical school. Starts training as a surgeon. He gets a phone call during one operation that he's doing. I think his mum had committed suicide or something during that surgery he was doing. So he couldn't be a surgeon anymore because it was associated with trauma. So he trains to be an anesthetist. And one of the jobs of an anesthetist is pain reduction. And there's a treatment they use called the stellate ganglion block, which is basically an injection of anesthetic into an area in the neck called the stellate ganglion, which is associated with the activity of your sympathetic nervous system, your fight and flight response, essentially, right? And so anyway, he found that, you know, this treatment for pain, the stellate ganglion block, which has been around for 100 years, essentially what it does is just calms the sympathetic nervous system down, which is associated with pain, right? As in like an overactive sympathetic nervous system associated with pain. And he found it also helps people with PTSD, right? So the people with pain, the PTSD symptoms were also decreasing. I thought, oh, interesting. So that was around about 2006. So he started to have multiple trials. Then another guy called Dr. Sean Mulvaney, who I believe is a Navy SEAL Special Forces doctor, and he started to use it with Special Forces troops in 2008. Right, the same treatment for PTSD, and it began to be used by Dr. LeBeau for complex PTSD, multiple traumas, right? And so in 2020, Dr. Sean Mulvaney had started his clinic called the Stellate Institute, which is in America, and now they just use the SGB to treat PTSD. Dr. Lipoff uses it to treat PTSD and I believe complex PTSD, and his company is called Stella Center. And Stella Center came over to Australia in 2020. And so there's a and the Dr. Lipoff actually says this on video. He says patients who receive the treatment, he's on a news article saying this on YouTube, that patients can be symptom free from 6 months to 6 years, right? Now, again, I'm not stressing, I'm not this not medical advice, I'm not a medical doctor. This is just Dr. Lipoff saying that. I'm not recommending anything, right? But these are things that maybe people with trauma can speak to the medical doctor about, and seek their advice, get some proper medical advice.
Is that SGP, is it?
SGB. Stellate Ganglion Block.
Is that DVA approved, do you know?
I believe that gold card members, gold card holders can get the treatment. One of my friends, who's a soldier and a veteran, he got it because he's a gold card member. There's an organization, a PTSD organization in Australia called Fearless. I don't know if you've heard of it. Fearless.org. They're like a charity support group for PTSD, and they actually have it on one of their web pages. A soldier, I think, a veteran has had it. I think he's an Australian ADF member, and he talks about it. And and there's other treatments now as well for PTSD as well. Again, not medical advice, but I believe some people are finding help with from doctors who are prescribing CBD oil. Again, that's not a medical advice. It's for them to go and seek advice from their doctors.
I'm trying to get someone on to the podcast who's in about the alternative therapies, like plant medicines, marijuana, psychedelics, the MDMA therapies. I'm trying to get someone on to talk about all that. I think it's another alternative way. I did want to chat about the antidepressants.
Can I just go on?
Yeah.
So basically, other things which can help. There's actually PTSD wearables now. These are bracelets that you can wear. They're called touch points, and they were made for people with traumatic stress. They're from America, and are available from a website called thetouchpointsolution.com. And basically, they operate on the principle of bilateral stimulation. So when the body is presented with a stimulus is something outside of your body which makes something happen inside of your body. Like, say, for example, if I put your favorite food here, you'd begin to salivate, right? So the food is the stimulus. And so if you have a stimulus, like goes either front to back or side to side. So front to back might be, say, the motion of a rocking chair or a child's swing, or side to side could be a hammock, or a train gently rocking, you know, or it could be sound, or visual even. But anyway, sound, right? So, or it could also be vibrational, right? So if you have a vibrating bracelet that goes zzz, zzz, like this alternate vibrating, for some reason, bilateral stimulation or front to back, whether it's visual, sound, or tactile, vibrational, it calms you down. It's amazing, actually. So I actually got those bracelets, the touch points. I don't need them anymore because I've actually had the SGB. And the touchpoint solution.com is amazing, the website, and the touchpoint bracelets are amazing. When I ordered them from the touchpoint solution.com, I remember I forgot about them. I actually ordered them, I think, at the beginning of March, and around about the middle of March last year, I was just very, very stressed, you know, and I actually went to work on my day off by mistake. I don't know if you've ever done that. I just turned up for work by mistake. And I was sitting at my desk, I got my computer out, and the receptionist comes in and says, "What are you doing? It's your day off." And I, oh my God. She said, "Well, it's a good job that you did come in because these have arrived for you." And they were the touch points. And I put them on, and I was at like a 10 out of 10 stressed. I put these on. Within a couple of minutes, I was down to a 2 out of 10. They were pretty effective. Yeah. So they'll calm me down passively, you know. But if you do get stressed for whatever reason, just focusing on the vibrations going from side to side, it just calms you down. Yeah.
I have something similar bathroom, mala beads.
Okay.
I wear and I
Yeah,
wrap
yeah,
around my hand, and
yeah,
then I take
yeah.
them off and I count them.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Like a worry bead
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It's amazing how
almost like there's
Yeah.
108 beads on it, and I count through it. And,
it's amazing though, isn't it? And that's like a universal thing, isn't it? You
Yeah.
see people doing that around the world, eh?
It was recommended to me by an Indian psychiatrist in one of my stints into Townsville Private Clinic.
Mm-hmm.
And now my mum has a set. So I gave my mum a set.
They're really
and
good,
she
aren't they?
uses it. Yeah, just for, and I normally, it wraps around 4 times. It's a necklace.
Yeah.
But I wrap it 4 times around my wrist and then pull it off when I need it. And it's really amazing. But I'm going to look into these touch point.
Yeah, they're really good. There's another device you can get. My friend showed me this one. It's called the Sensei 2. It looks like a little pebble, and you put it around your neck. It's like a necklace, and it sends low frequency vibrations through your body. It's very calming, actually.
Yeah, right.
It's almost immediately calming. Yeah. You asked me before about breath work.
Yes. I'm going to get, that's a whole topic I'd
Okay.
like to delve into.
Okay.
For now, let's stick with PTSD and trauma. What's some other symptoms of PTSD for those friends and family? They might know a soldier, but don't know ins and out of that soldier's life if they have PTSD. It doesn't have to be a soldier, but the symptoms that people can noticeably see.
Okay. So if you break it down, first of all, okay, so what does post-traumatic stress, like what does it actually mean? Okay. So what it is, it's stress that the person is experiencing still, could be years after, right? So that's post, means after, right? A traumatic event. So the person is still experiencing stress, and that comes up in whatever symptoms it comes up as. Could be a long time after the actual traumatic event. So remember what I said before? Trauma is in the body. It's not the actual event, right? Okay, so it's a typical symptoms, and it'd also be good to talk about symptoms of complex post-traumatic stress as well, because they do differ somewhat.
Okay.
Right. So typical symptoms of PTSD, PTSI are flashbacks. That's where the image of the event just keeps on coming back, or aspects of the event keeps on coming back. So you can have a visual component. you might have associated with that visual component. And bearing in mind, not everyone is visual, right? You might have a very intense emotional, a very intense physical sensations. It might be, we might call it stress. It might be sadness. It could be just like an overwhelming physical sensations, right? Um, Nightmares, big one. Not sleeping, because this typically after a PTSD event, the body goes into this hyper alert state, hyper vigilant state. Because remember, our body's built for survival, right? So it's going to be ready. It wants to know that bad thing is going to happen again, and we want to be ready for it, right? So not sleeping is a common one. Not being able to sleep, or if you are able to get to sleep, not being able to continue being asleep, and that's a big thing, really. Another interesting thing is addiction. So it could be addiction to certain substances, addictions to particular behaviors, whatever that might be. Not feeling safe outside the house, wanting to stay in the house, right? Because like staying in the cave, so isolating oneself. And you might find people, they might move to a place where they isolate themselves. They might move to, the bush or somewhere.
The middle of Tasmania.
Say again?
The middle of Tasmania.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just relocate somewhere away from people. Other symptoms might be risky behaviors, because it's almost like in some ways we get used to the high adrenaline, and life is boring when we don't experience the high adrenaline that came with the traumatic event. It's almost like we like it being around, so we go doing things that will give us the rush again, maybe not to the extent of turning into fear, but maybe excitement, Other symptoms might be, and this might not be obvious, is the person might be trying to avoid thinking about the bad thing. They might try and suppress it, and that could be a reason why they're drinking or taking drugs. It's a way it's trying to suppress the negative thoughts, the negative experiences that keep on coming up. Yeah. Interestingly, with complex PTSD, a typical thing I've found with clients is they have memory blocks. They find it difficult to remember large chunks of their childhood.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I remember like 4 incidents.
Right? Yeah. I find that to be very common. There's been so much trauma. It's almost like it could be the body's way of just, putting it in a vault so we can just function. So we can't remember it anymore, Yeah. With PTSD, so if someone, say for example, has a good life, a good childhood, and then they have a PTSD event like a traffic accident or something bad like an assault, right? They tend to remember it. They tend to remember bits of it, right? But with complex PTSD, there's a difficulty remembering. But the other symptoms like substance use, someone have you in anger, still might be common, and anxiety and depression might be common, but the memory aspect seems to be different in my experience anyway.
I've heard the saying, live in the moment. Heard the saying, depression is living in the past, anxiety is living. Are you able to unpack that and then how that can help in a daily life with mental health of a person's mental health?
So I think, remember, you go back to trauma being an incomplete event, right? So remember the circles, an incomplete event. And so imagine, like, if you have a lot of incomplete events, that's like a lot of fear responses stayed switched on, right? And so that fear can come up as like a vigilance, and we can call that anxiety, right? So It's essentially, anxiety is essentially fear responses which haven't been turned off, right, for survival purposes, right? Now, this is interesting. So basically, when you have too much cortisol, too much adrenaline in your body, that's going to cause you to not sleep and be hypervigilant, right? Okay. Well, another aspect of trauma is the immune system, right? So when a stress response happens, when you become stressed, right? Let's say 200,000 years ago, let's say again, we're all sitting around the campfire, a wolf appears, right? And maybe it's 50 meters away. And maybe you're activating your fight and flight response, right? And it's almost like your fight and flight response is a fire alarm. And that triggers your immune system to activate, right? And what begins to happen is maybe it begins to activate because, it's like preemptively, just in case you're going to get bitten by the wolf. So the fire trucks are out, the immune cells are out waiting for those invading microbes from the bite, a potential bite, right? And if you are bitten, what tends to happen is this, right? So just before the activation of the immune system, you got these special proteins which tell the brain to warm the body up, because parts of your immune system work better when your body's warm. It's interesting that we use the word inflammation, because the proteins that tell the brain to warm up are called pyrogens, make fire. Then we have inflammation, which was first thought to have been spoken by a Roman doctor called Celsus about 3,000 years ago. Now, inflammation actually means inside flame process, inflammation, right? Now, admittedly, he might have been looking at his soldier's wounds and saying it looks red and swollen and it looks like a flame inside. But it's also interesting that the body warms up, so the immune system works, right? And so if you do get bitten, these immune cells go out and they start to kill the microbes that invade and the immune cells produce these toxic substances to kill the invading microbes, right? That's pretty good. And when they've all been killed, you get the cleanup crews that come along and clean up the mess, because the immune cells aren't too accurate sometimes with the things that they kill. Sometimes it's like friendly fire and they kill friendly cells. So it's a bit messy, The problem is, this is the problem. It's the link between the stress system and the immune system, right? You could get stressed and your immune system's going to activate, because it's almost like the immune system still thinks it's 200,000 years ago. It doesn't know that the wolf isn't out there. Your fire alarm's gone off. You could be doing a maths exam, but your body behaves like, I can't see what's out there. I'm going to activate anyway. The immune system activates just in case there is a wolf out there. And what begins to happen is these immune cells start to circulate and killing friendly cells, even though you haven't been bitten by anything, right? And the more stressed you are, the more the immune system activates. In other words, the old word for immune activation is inflammation, right? Now, the more stressed you are, so imagine in childhood or work, if you're stressed, or wherever you are, the more stressed you are, the more immune activation you have because of the link, right? And also what begins to happen is the immune system activates your stress system, and you begin to get this toxic cycle, right? And the immune system begins to destroy the physiology, right? And interestingly, most of your immune system is in your gut. So people with stress tend to get gut issues because the immune system is essentially destroying the gut, right? And now don't get me wrong, the body, especially if you're young, can regenerate itself, right? Genesis, it can recover, right? But but the thing is, the more stress you have, the more immune activity you have, and in the end, the immune system just starts to go by itself, right? And this is the old-fashioned term we use, chronic inflammation. And the new word is autoimmune. So chronic stress leads to chronic inflammation or autoimmune conditions. For example, the immune system can get into the joints and start to destroy stem cells, which would turn into other cells so your hand can move, right? You start destroying those stem cells, and those stem cells can't replace cells that are dying off, because cells are meant to die off. It's called apoptosis, right? The stem cells can't replace them because the stem cells have been killed. You can't move your hand, and that's called arthritis, right? Okay. Anything with itis on the end basically means your immune system, right? So, and interestingly, people begin to get bowel issues as well, gut issues, because of the immune system. Another interesting point, 90% or 80 to 90% of your serotonin, your happy chemical, comes from a bacteria in your gut of the class Streptococcus thermophilus, right? 90%, 80 to 90% come from these little bacteria in your gut, right? They get killed by poor diet, excessive alcohol use, stress, all of that stuff. And that's what leads to depression, right? So that's why depression is classed as an inflammatory condition as well, because the immune system has something to do with that, right?
Which makes sense. I was just saying before, I spent the past 4 days, I hit like some depressive thing. Like, I was wrecked. And I think it's because of stress. Right now, there's a lot happening in my and it debilitated me. 4 days, I couldn't do anything. So it's crazy how thoughts do to the mind, do to the body, like through stress. So it's just when you were like saying all that, then I was just like, wow,
Well,
that just happened to me.
Your thoughts are basically like exhaust fumes coming out of a car, right? The exhaust fumes don't make the car makes the exhaust fumes, right? And if the car is in a reasonably good state, the color of the exhaust fumes will be of a particular color, right? If the car engine isn't working properly, then that will be reflected in the color of the exhaust fumes. Same with thoughts, right? To give you an example, if you drink alcohol or take drugs, your thoughts are going to change, right? Because you've changed your biochemistry, you've done something to the engine that changes the products of the engine, your thoughts, right? So this is an interesting experiment which is done by a psychiatrist and a neuroscientist called Ted Dinnan of University College Cork in Ireland. Amazing guy. You can find him on YouTube, right? He coined the phrase psychobiotics. He wrote the book Psychobiotic Revolution. It's on Kindle and what have you. And so basically psychobiotics are bacteria, microbes, which either make neurotransmitters or are somehow involved in making neurotransmitters, right? And he did this amazing experiment. So basically, we've got like between 3 or 400 trillion microbes in your gut, right? Bacteria, essentially, most of the bacteria, right? You've also got molds in there and viruses and all kinds of stuff. We've actually got more microbes and viruses in our body than we've got human cells. Amazing that, isn't it? Yeah, it's like 3 to 1 or something like that, right? Anyway, so what he did was he took some depressed people and some happy people, and he had some happy rats. The happy rats were going about there every day being happy, right? And he took some of the gut gut bacteria from the depressed people and put it into the gut of the happy rats. He took some of the bacteria from the gut of the happy people, put it into the happy rats. So depressed into happy, happier into happy, right? And guess what happened? The happy rats who got the bacteria from the depressed people became depressed. They became depressed, right? So, and the happy rats that got the bacteria from the happy people, they stayed happy, right? So basically, what Ted Tiddon is saying is, we can influence how we think and feel by looking at your microbiome, the bacteria in your gut, and from a holistic perspective, looking at your diet. He recommends the Mediterranean diet to cultivate those happy bacteria in your gut, and also look at food intolerances and things like this, because the bacteria in our gut, they've got something like an 80% control over the brain in your head through something called the vagus nerve, right? So the bacteria in your gut are going to have a very large influence on how you think, feel, and behave. Food preferences, for example, someone who likes sugary foods. I know we talked about dopamine and stuff before, right? But there's going to be bacteria in your gut that like those foods, right? So it's a bit of a changeover. It's a bit of a struggle to begin with, but when we start eating healthy stuff, we're going to cultivate bacteria that like that healthy stuff, and you'll begin to just find that you have preferences for healthy stuff because the bacteria give you those preferences.
I just had this random thought just then. Wonder if the bacteria get addicted to sugars. Not just they
Absolutely,
like it,
yeah.
but I wonder if they get addicted.
Yeah, right. They are, yeah, they're a life form, right?
Yeah.
And they like particular things.
Yeah.
So they like sugar, they like fat, they like all this stuff. Personally, what I think is happening with the Ted Dinnan experiment, although I could be wrong here, right? In your gut, it's very competitive, as in like you've got lots of microbes, right, seeking different food, right? A bit like in a garden. And so you're going to have good bacteria that like healthy stuff and produce our nice neurotransmitters like serotonin, right? They're the good bacteria. They like the Mediterranean diet, like lots of fish and oils and veggies and things like that, right? And then your bad bacteria that like sugar and fatty foods and things like that, right? So it's almost like if the more you feed the bad bacteria, the more bad bacteria you're going to have, right? And I do wonder whether, because it's competitive, whether they learn to kill the good bacteria in some way, or yeah. So which could explain when there is bad bacteria, if they've learned to kill the good bacteria and then they're injected into the happy rats, maybe those bad bacteria have learned to kill the good bacteria. I don't know. I could be completely wrong there, but it was just a little theory I had in my head. Like,
Nice.
Yeah.
And it was funny you mentioned about the Mediterranean diet before, because I think I've seen a documentary about the people who live the longest in the world. Some people from the Mediterranean they like live to like 110.
Yeah.
Like there's over 100 people there that are over 110 years old.
Is that like they call them blue zones? Or
yeah, there's like I can't remember. Yeah. And there was all these different areas around the world where people live, and they put it down to the diet,
right?
And I mean, there's tons of studies coming out showing that a lot of our health has to do with our gut.
Absolutely,
like a lot of it.
I think that's really important to treat trauma from a holistic perspective, right? And again, this is from Bessel van der Kolk in his book "The Body Keeps the Score." So he goes through a number of things you can do to help with trauma. So he talks about EMDR, which is amazing, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which is phenomenal for treating individual trauma events, if you can remember them, right? Amazing, right? And then for more long-term treatment, he recommends yoga, right? Okay. So what does yoga do? Well, it actually decreases inflammation, or it's associated with decreasing inflammation, chronic inflammation in your body, right? And don't forget what I said before. This is your immune system destroying your good cells, right? So So if you calm your immune system down through doing yoga, right? Calm it down. Why does yoga calm it down? Because remember I said stress activates the immune system, and when we do yoga, we're often calm. So we're calm. So when we're calm, the immune system is less activated, which means your body has time to recover, undergo genesis, right? So recover, cells can recover without being destroyed. So basically, in other words, you're reducing the overactivity of your immune system because you're calmer. So in other words, you're reducing inflammation. And let me give you an example, recent example. I do yoga most days. I do a type of yoga called DDP yoga. Have you heard of it? It's amazing. It was developed by a guy called Diamond Dallas Page. He's a wrestler.
Yeah, I think I know Diamond Dallas. Did you used to wrestle for the WDE in like the 80s or 90s?
Yeah, right. It was really big, right? And so what happened was he was in the ring back in the day doing wrestling, and he got thrown, or he fell, and he broke his back, right? And he fractured some vertebrae in his neck, right? So he's got a broken back, fractured vertebrae in his neck, and he could hardly walk, right? But his wife takes him along to yoga, and he's this big ego showman guy, like, and he's, I'm not going to yoga, that's a chick's thing, and all that stuff. Anyway, after 4 months, his back had repaired itself, right? And he's like, oh my God, this helps. Yoga decreases chronic inflammation, right? So, because remember what I said to you before, if the immune system, it does help to an extent, but then it can be destructive. So it can actually prevent recovery, chronic inflammation. Go overboard, it can destroy the recovery, right? So basically, but yoga calms that down, right? So the body can have genesis, can repair itself. So his body repaired itself, right? So he said, wow, blokes need to do this, need to do yoga, but they won't do it because they've got their egos and they think it's all for women and all that stuff.
I see yoga pants and middle-aged women with short haircuts.
Exactly, all of this stuff, right? But he said, this will help blokes, especially veterans, right? Because they've got all this trauma, and I personally think that trauma is inflammation, and there's quite a few people saying that now. Trauma is basically stress and inflammation, the immune system destroying the body, and the thoughts and the feelings that come from that, from that internal destruction, right? So anyway, so he says, okay, I'm going to start my own yoga. I'm going to call it yoga for regular guys, right? And he worked with doctors and chiropractors and physios, and he put this method together called yoga for regular guys. And it's a combination of isometrics, which is basically engaging your muscles in situ, and calisthenics, using your own body weight, like push-ups and things, and yoga poses. And he changed the name. He took all the traditional yoga names out from like warrior pose and he changed it to like road warrior.
Yeah.
And baseball catcher. So you put all these, like, for want of a better word, like masculine names in there, and the blokes were coming in droves, right? And there was this veteran who contacted DDP around this time, and he'd been in the army for a number of years, and he was a commando, I think, and dropping out of planes, parachuting, wrecked his legs, wrecked his spine, and right? Couldn't walk for 15 years, right? The doctor said you won't walk again without the use of canes, or you'll be in a wheelchair, right? So for 15 years, and his weight just blew out, right? Anyway, depressed and trauma, So he writes to DDP because he's just starting off, right? He says, can you help me? Right? So DDP's like, oh my God, I don't know what to do, but I'll put together a DVD of some of these things for him. And every day, this veteran, his name's Arthur, he practiced these moves, right? And within a few months, I don't know, almost 6 to 8 months, he was sprinting. He went from not walking to sprinting, right? And he could stand on his head and do handstands, do all of this. So he became the poster boy for DDP. And then women started to want to do it. So we had to change it from yoga for regular guys to DDPY. It's amazing. I've been doing it for 4 years. I'm a DDP instructor as well now. I love it. I do it most days. So anyway, back to Bessel van der Kolk. He said yoga is the most successful treatment for trauma, consistent practice like every day. It's the most successful treatment for trauma beyond any other treatment prescribed. That was before the SGB, but he said this in about, I don't know, 2018 or something like that. They had these big studies at Boston Trauma Center, and he said yoga is the most successful treatment they've come across, a Boston Trauma Center, for treating traumatic stress if you do it consistently. And a personal example, I have a back injury, so occasionally my back will flare up, inflammation, right? And yeah, flared up about, I don't know, about 6 weeks ago, maybe a little bit longer. And I do yoga most days, and it was in spasm. I could hardly move, and yeah, it's freed it up. It's definitely freed it up, and I feel better. I feel calmer, and that's just.
I highly recommend yoga. I don't do it daily. I was doing it daily. It's been a bit inconsistent lately, but it was only 2 days ago. Had a veteran installing air cons into. He got his nephew who's to help him, who's currently still serving.
Okay.
And I offered a bit of advice, and my advice was make sure you recover properly and get into yoga, because I'm in pain daily, and yoga really has fucking helped. I didn't realize how bad my hips were and my back was, and just stretching them like eases everything up, and the pain is less, and then you're focusing while you're doing it, so you've got the mind control while it's happening, and as you said, it's calm. There is something special about yoga, and I highly recommend it. And for years I wouldn't do it. Like my stepmom is a yoga instructor, and my dad still won't do it because it's the woman's thing.
The woman thing, right?
So and I really do, like, I've seen that stigma around. It's why men don't really do it, but I see it taking off now. Like, not taking off, but like more and more men getting into it, realizing the benefits to it.
It's phenomenal. Just on that point, so basically, there's something called trauma conscious yoga method, which was developed at Boston Trauma Center by a guy called David Emerson, Bessel van der Kolk, and a couple of other people. And there's a wonderful woman on YouTube. She's a trauma therapist, and she's also a trauma conscious yoga method teacher. And she's put lots of trauma conscious yoga sessions on YouTube. You just need to look up trauma conscious yoga method, otherwise known as trauma sensitive yoga or trauma yoga, and you'll see her come up. She's done these loads of wonderful sessions for free. Also, you can actually do a certificate through her online to become a trauma yoga teacher. And it's very cheap.
I might look into.
Yeah, it's very cheap. And the DDP yoga, you can download an app. It's like $100 a year. You can pay monthly as well, like $10 a month. It's US dollars. And the great thing about this is the app is phenomenal. It's like got all these workouts, and the workouts range from really easy to in difficulty to the red. They're all marked with different colors to indicate different. And the red is complete psycho workout. The gray, it calls a complete psycho.
Have you done it?
Oh yeah, I do it. Yeah. I do it most days. Yeah, DDP I find phenomenal. Yeah, that and doing ice baths. Tell you what, while you're formulating that in your head, what about if I just quickly go over what trauma is again?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So trauma is basically an incomplete event. It's where, what I mean by that is, sort of like the fear response is still on, right? And it's almost like from each event, a strategy develops. So you imagine this representing, I don't know if you can see that in the camera, like this is an incomplete event and this is a complete event, right? So the incomplete event is the trauma, right? And so the incomplete event is going to get stored in the subconscious memory, and it's almost like it'll develop a strategy as well. A strategy will develop in there, like avoid the thing that hurts you, or be wary of the thing that hurt you. Be cautious. It could be a person. It could be a type of person. Um, it could be a specific thing, or it could generalize. Like I hurt my head on a coffee table when I was 3. That could I might just avoid that coffee table, or I might avoid all coffee tables, or all tables, or all furniture. See, it can generalize out. I might be attacked by someone who has a moustache and is a certain height and was wearing a red shirt. So I might avoid all people. I might avoid all people who are wearing red shirts. You see, there's no sort of rhyme and reason to it. It's just about survival, really. And so sometimes when we're like, especially when we're in adulthood, we might find ourselves doing particular things, avoiding things, or getting triggered by a particular thing, but we don't quite know why. Is it important to know why? I think that depends on the person, really. But fundamentally, the reason is there's a change in the body. For survival reasons. I know trauma is seen as a bad thing, but it's actually protecting you in a primitive sense. It's protecting you. It occurs for survival. It's not about quality of life. It's a pain in the neck when it comes up as fear or sadness and all that stuff. And that's why people medicate to take the symptoms away, or do whatever they do to take the symptoms away. But ultimately, it's there to protect you. One of the mantras I like to use, apart from the strongest swords are made in the hottest furnaces, another mantra I use is your mind is for you. Your body is for you. It's not against you. It's not. It's for you. It's just doing the best it can with the resource that it has to protect you, even though some of the ways it may go about that might actually, in the long run, be destructive.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's something I've had to learn this year, that everything I've gone through, I used to regret a bit from my life and my career and could have done this better, blah, blah, blah. And this year I was grateful for it. Like I had to accept, like, how do I word this? Sorry. I realized that everything that had happened to me up to that point in my life had made me become the person who I am. And my behaviors, my actions, everything that came along with all those events, life, society, upbringing, was for survival.
That's exactly right.
My fear of being judged, all of that is to help me survive.
Yeah.
And then part of my healing journey this year is I recognized that I actually thanked different versions of myself, like childhood, teenage, adult, like for different parts of areas of my life. I said, thank you for making me survive and getting me through it, but I don't need you anymore. I've got this. I'm going to move forward with my own decisions, behaviors that I think will be beneficial. But thank you. That was actually part of my process. So I completely agree.
That's really phenomenal.
It was hard. Like,
That's
it was
phenomenal.
A lot of tears. It was confronting. It was very.
You see,
hard.
and you're able to do that because of a great self-awareness. Not everyone can do that. See, that's one of the magic ingredients. It's being able to go inside of yourself. That's why we say insight. As opposed to outside it. Some people are predominantly outsighted. They understandably, human beings are predominantly outsighted. We look outside of ourselves for someone to help us, right? But some people have insight. They can go inside of themselves. Not everyone has it, right? It's a gift. right? And to be able to go inside of yourself, it's otherwise known as self-awareness, right? To go inside to self. What is self? What is self? You know? Well, there's a therapy called and this is, you just reminded me of it because you're touching on this with what you did there. It's called Internal Family Systems, IFS, recommended by Bessel van der Kolk for helping with trauma. It's basically where you talk to parts of yourself, right, and negotiate with them. And essentially in the therapy, the process is negotiating with these parts, these hurt parts, right, like the traumas, basically different traumas, and you negotiate with them and say, you know what, I mean, this is, I'm not an expert in this, so this is just like a, just dipping toes. You know what, I'm speaking to you from self, which is a calm, peaceful place, which is what love is. Love is not euphoric. Love is balanced. It's calm. It's contentment. It's stillness. That's what love is, right? Peace. You can come into myself. Self is peace, calm, contentment, awareness, not numb, just clear stillness. And what you've just done is touching on IFS, which takes a tremendous amount of self-awareness to be able to do that in the first place. And that's a gift to be able to do that. That's amazing. IFS, yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. It's something I'll look into.
Yeah,
and thank you for the compliment.
That's okay.
Actually, when you were saying about the insight and the self-awareness, when I was maybe younger, 13, bit of a family thing happened, and I had to choose one of three parents. Well, I had to choose who to live with. And I knew that if I chose one person, my life would go certain. This is at like 12 or 13, whatever age. And it wasn't going to set me up for my best life. If that makes sense. So I chose the harder, strict, less love, discipline side because I knew that would make me a better person. So there was that insight, even at that age. I was like, do I go with this one where I'm going to get away with murder and, you know what I mean? And at 12 or 13, I still had that insight to go, no, that's not best for my life.
That's phenomenal. To have that self-awareness, to have that insight and think ahead at such a young age is actually phenomenal.
I just thought everyone would do that.
No. It's a gift. It's a magical ingredient. Some people might say you're an old soul. You've been here many lifetimes. Who knows, right? It depends what you believe in. But that's a very important gift to have, actually.
Well,
and it's one of the gifts that helps with stopping destructive behaviors.
Really has helped.
Yeah.
Another example is this last year. Was dating a woman, and she would snap at me, and I'd snap back in defensive argument. And then one time I just sat there for half hour, and I'm like, why am I snapping back? Like, what am I getting? Then it was like, I'm getting offended. And I was like, what am I getting offended at? Because she's angry and snapping at me. That's not really why I'm getting angry. What she triggering inside me? And then I sat there for like half hour, probably longer. And it came down to my self-worth. She was having a go at my ideas, which was attacking my self-worth. And once I realized that, and then a couple of other internal workings I did, when she snapped at me again, it didn't bother me. Like I might get offended for like a second or two, and then it's just like, yeah, and it was really amazing. Like that.
And again, that's your self-awareness, right? To be able to go inside of yourself, reflect on your thought, your emotional regulation, your behaviors. That's incredible to be able to do that. It is.
Is that what's taught in the clinical psychology? realm?
I think it can be to some degree, but I think it really helps if you have the foundation.
Okay.
It's imagination, basically. It comes from having, a creative bent, if you like, which can lead into self-awareness, insights. I think an important component is imagination, especially in childhood. So even if it's not encouraged in childhood, if you have imagination, that's the beginning, I think, of self-awareness.
And that's something that's
To be able to
taken
think
away
outside
these
the
days.
lines.
Yeah. And that's something that kids these days don't get. We don't really give them the opportunity to think outside the line. You even think of schooling. It is so structured, they don't get to think outside the box or anything. So therefore, when they get to maybe my age now, they're trying to deal with these internal problems or whatever. They didn't get brought up with that creativity. Maybe it's because of the era I grew up in, and we were outside, like phones became popular when I was like 15 or 16. So we had to have creativity, run around with the stick, and all of a sudden you're a Power Ranger fighting ninjas, on a ship floating through the air, and the tennis ball's a grenade, and but then I look at my daughter, and that creativity that I had as a kid isn't there. It's in other areas, it's manifested in other areas, but not in that physical realm.
I think there's definitely been some sort of evolution which has happened. We are products of nature at the end of the day, and we are still evolving. And I think what's happened in the last, say, 20 years or whatever, it's another stage in our evolution. It's just nature doing its thing globally, really. I was just a couple of points when you brought up about relationships and what have you. Okay, so just back to trauma and then relationships. Okay, so I said before, trauma is like an incomplete event. In other words, a wound, right? And when we have the completion, what else do we have within that completion? Which is what we're all looking for, really. When we have a completion, when mom comes over to you and you banged your head and she turns off that fear response, how do you feel? Safe, right? In other words, and we have different words for feeling safe, happy, content, peaceful. We have different words for the same thing, or we have different words to describe different intensities of the feeling of safe. Like euphoric could be intense safe, couldn't it? Contentment could be less intense, but nevertheless feeling safe, right? Personally, I think our feelings are an internal survival gauge. The more intensely negative, the closer you are to death. The more intensely pleasant, the safer you are, further away from death you are. And I think the safe chemicals, or the chemicals that give us a sense of safe, are dopamine, oxytocin, vasopressin, serotonin, these nice chemicals that give the experience of safe, right? I find it interesting that we use the word terrified, which is basically the next step before death, and terror means earth. It's almost like it means close to earth, right? Close to death.
Some people say earth is hell.
They do, don't they? They do.
And that heaven is the highest state of consciousness.
Yeah, right. So I think our feelings are an internal gauge to tell you how close you are to death. Like hunger is unpleasant, right? If you don't eat, then it's like your body's telling you eat, otherwise you could die, And so what are we all looking for, really? We're all looking for the feeling of safe. That's what we're all looking for. And often people who are traumatized, they've got these many incomplete events in the body, each one with its own fear and strategies. And they'll often say they feel lost, right? But when you ask them, what are you looking for? What is it that, I'm going to get a job and career and big house and lots of money. And yeah, but what are you actually looking for? I'm going to do all those things. Yeah, but let's say you had all those things. What are you actually looking for? I want to be happy. What's happiness? It's a feeling. So you're actually looking for a feeling of happy is just a word that we use for an intensity of safe, how safe we feel, right? So we're all actually looking for the same thing, whether we call it peace, happy, contentment, whatever. We're all looking for the same thing, and that is just to feel safe. That's all we're looking for, right? If you've got a guy who feels safe, he feels content, it doesn't matter what he does for a living. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but he could be a street sweeper, or it could be doing a factory work. Again, nothing wrong with that, noble jobs, right? But if he feels safe and content, then it doesn't matter what we do. And this is another reason why people drink and take drugs, because they just want to feel safe. The guy under the bridge with the shopping trolley wearing the one pair of underpants, heavily traumatized, homeless, why does he drink vodka? Because he just wants to feel safe. Dopamine is one of the chemicals that helps us to feel safe, or give us the experience of safe. And that comes from consuming alcohol. So everyone is just looking for the same thing, really. It's just to feel safe. That's it. That's what we're chasing. But we can't feel safe all the time, because we're not meant to.
That was my next question.
We're not meant
These
to.
are feelings. Feelings change moment to moment.
As they're meant to.
So like happiness, you can't be happy 24/7.
You can't.
Stub your toe, you're not happy in that moment.
Exactly. And what would happen if we were happy 24/7? We would become complacent. We wouldn't want to pursue things. That would be risky. So you wouldn't want to go outside. You wouldn't want to...
Think of a heroin addict.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So basically, you wouldn't want to go outside. You need to have some risk in your life. Bring to cultivate resilience. We need to have some measured. I don't want to use the word safe, but we need some adversity in our life, right? Because that helps to cultivate resilience, and resilience helps us to cope with the realities of life. Because the reality of life is, it is stressful. It's unpredictable. And the more resilient we are, then the more able we are to deal with the unpredictable aspects of life. So we can't be happy all the time. We're meant to be happy, like what's his name? Andrew Huberman, the neuroscientist, right? He says that, like in primitive times, if you're hunting an animal, the hunt, you'd get dopamine. The hunt would feel good, right? The pursuit would feel good. When you get the final target, when you get what you've, like get the medal at the end of the marathon, yeah, it gives you a little bit of dopamine, but not as much as you had doing the marathon, right? So it's having the dopamine during the marathon, during the pursuit, is to motivate you to do the thing. It's for hunting, really, to go out and do the thing that's going to get you food to help you survive. So you get a reward is in the pursuit. The movie, The Pursuit of Happiness? I say happiness is in the pursuit. And why do we even use the word pursuit? Why do we say hobbies or pursuits? It's because it comes from, I think the universe gives us these little clues, right? It comes from when we were used to pursue things, right? And we get dopamine. So happiness comes from challenging pursuits, like running a marathon or doing something like that, whatever, right? You get your dopamine squirts, right? As well as having relationships and things like that. Yeah, oxytocin,
which also produces dopamine.
Yeah, it does.
Kissing your girlfriend.
Yeah,
or
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And there's any nice girls out there at the moment. I'm single, by the way.
I'm also single.
Right. But yeah, so everyone's looking for the same thing. Okay, now relationships and trauma. Okay, this is interesting. Right, okay. So children are instinctively driven to see their parents as providers of love, right? Otherwise known as protectors, right? So as children, little children, we naturally are vulnerable because we're only little, right? So we naturally, nature makes us go towards our parents, right? We see our parents as providers of love, as protectors, right? And we are instinctively driven to see however our parents behave as love, because that's what they are, providers of love, right?
That's where the term daddy issues come in.
Well, not quite. Almost, maybe. touching on it. So basically, so however they behave, that's what love looks like, right? This is when we're very little, right? And then we remember how they behave, because that's what love looks like. So we can use that memory as a reference when we go looking for relationships in the future. So what's the problem with that? So if dad is drinking and mum and dad are yelling, right? Well, we're instinctively driven to say, well, they're providers of love. So that's what love must look like, because however they're behaving, they're providers of love. So that's what love must look like. And we get that imprinted in our memory. And we go looking for people who will do the same thing, because that's what our idea of love is, right? I think there's another part of us that goes, okay, despite this part of us going, that's what love looks like, there's another part of us that goes, no, that's fucked. Love is actually hugging and kissing and compassion and what have you. Right?
The movies?
Yeah, like in the movies. But even so, I think there's a part of us deep down that knows what real love is, right? So that's why, despite when we go looking for someone who repeats our parents' behavior, there's still that part of us that goes, no, that's not. So we can often feel conflicted, right? But nevertheless, this other part that says, no, this is what love looks like. And we stay in abusive relationships, right? And we're actually re-traumatizing ourselves and compounding existing childhood trauma. Does that make sense? So we can actually make our childhood trauma worse because we seek out people who will do that, you know? And I think from a spiritual journey perspective, if we can reflect on that and go, actually, why did I stay in that relationship? It was toxic, destructive, because of my childhood. Okay, maybe I need to learn from that.
Yep.
You know? Yeah. And then there's another aspect to that as well. Because because our parents can be, I'm not talking about your parents, I'm just generally can be, toxic or whatever, right? That's very fearful. And so a lot of adrenaline, a lot of fear responses, a lot of trauma, right? So and I said before, sometimes we get used to those high levels of adrenaline, not so much to fear levels, but a bit less than that's exciting, So we actually go seeking partners who will give us that excitement, that unpredictability. Are you going to be around tomorrow or not? And if someone nice comes along, for want of a better word, normal, who's not going to give you that sense of uncertainty, we tend to discard them because they're boring, when they might actually be good for us.
Probably are good for you.
Exactly. It's just one of those things that happens or can happen if we've come from a traumatized childhood. Yeah.
TRE, trauma releasing exercise. I don't know much about it. It sounds like something that happens moment when you're having PTSD, trauma breakdown, psychosis moment. I don't know what those momentary incidences are, when you're having the shakes and the screams, what they're called. Is that something to do in those moments? And is there anything we can do in those moments to help us through those 10, 15, half hour, hour long sweating, shaking, waking up, screaming? Is there any exercises we can do?
If we can take the second part first, and then I'll talk about TRA. Okay. So, okay. Have you ever heard of the amygdala hijack? Okay. So, in the middle of your brain, you've got this system called the limbic system, right? And essentially, this is where a lot of your emotional regulation comes from, emotional reactions. And you've got your memory in there, and you've got these two things called amygdalas, right? And these have got no intelligence, really. These things are the heart of your fight and flight response, right? They're like your guard dogs. And the more trauma you have, the bigger these things are, right? And they are receiving information from all over your body all the time, right? And they're receiving information from your five senses all the time, right? And they receive the information, and it's almost like they talk to other parts of your brain. They might get a piece of information from your eyes or your ears or whatever, and they'll talk to other parts of your brain, your frontal cortex, your memory, and your amygdalas will say, is this thing that I'm looking at right now, like this thing, you know, is that safe or what? You know, because they've got no intelligence. And the frontal cortex and the memory will say, yeah, that's called a microphone. You know, we've used one of them before. It does this. It helps with that. It's pretty good. You can sit near it. It's safe. Yeah. And the amygdala goes, so I don't need to activate a fight and flight response. It's not a threat. No, it's all good. Okay. So the amygdalas will be quiet and just sit there and, yeah, okay. And maybe a few minutes later, they'll ask the brain again, I've forgotten what this is. Is it okay? Yeah, it's all good. And that's happening all the time, right? And then, you know, it might be, I don't know, something outside. It could be like a dog, or it could be something that we haven't seen before, or it could be, it's just something, you know. And could be a dog. Let's say a dog, right? So the amygdala goes, what's that? And the memory goes, right, that's a big dog. And the amygdala goes, well, why did you hesitate? What's the hesitation? You know what? Don't even bother telling me. I'm going full fight and flight, right? So, and all of a sudden, you know, the amygdala is getting the body to release cortisol, adrenaline, makes the heart beat faster. Ready to sprint, right? Heart beats faster to get the blood and the nutrients and the oxygen into your muscles so you can get ready to go, right? And the other thing it does is, as well, the amygdala, it shuts off the blood supply to your frontal cortex and other areas of the cortex. In other words, your thinking, your rational thinking, problem solving parts of your brain get shut down, right? It basically hijacks your intelligence, hijacks your rational, cuts off the blood supply, switches it off, right? And why does it do this? Well, it's thought that basically in primitive times, if you're being chased by something, let's say a wolf or something, right, and you come to a fork in the road and you've got your intelligence on, and what could happen? You know, your intelligence is brilliant, but it's a bit like an old professor. It could say, well, we could go left, run 100 meters down that road, and you know, then it'll be
takes too long.
Takes too long, right? Next thing is the wolf's on you and has got you, right? So the amygdalas will turn off your intelligence, and now you can't think, right? It's so when you get to the fork in the road, you'll just go left or right. You're not even thinking about the consequence. You can't think about the consequences. You can't plan. You can't problem solve. You can't do any of that stuff, which is why it's pointless giving someone a solution if they're in an amygdala hijack, which usually presents itself as stress. So someone is stressed, the body wants to actually move or do something, right? And then it'll switch off, hopefully. But if you're just standing still or sitting still, and your body, it's like a car being in drive and on the red revs, you know, but nothing is happening. I'm not moving, and I should be. I've got the brakes on. Trying to give someone a solution to do something in that state, they're not going to be able to process it because they haven't got the rational thinking on. So basically, things like soft tone of voice, just a soft tone of voice. Sometimes, not everybody, sometimes, and this is to be asked maybe beforehand, like, you know, when the person is calm and rational, when you're in that state, because we all go into it, do you like touch or not? Some people do, some people don't. Some people might say yes, but then when they're in it, they don't like it. You know? So just the soft voice, I'm here with you. I mean, imagine a nurse or a doctor in hospital with a patient who's in shock. They're not offering solutions. They're saying, I'm here with you. I'm here. If there's anything you need, I'm here. I've got your back. I'm here. And it's just that nice, soft voice can help just calm the person down. If the person has enough insight, even in the moments where their intelligence has been turned off, if they're able to, there's a technique called name it to tame it. This was developed by a psychiatrist called Dan Siegel. And he says if you can force your intelligence back on you and basically force your amygdalas to calm down, by just talking about yourself. Like, I'm feeling anxious, right? Naming it. I'm feeling anxious right now. I'm feeling this in my chest. I'm feeling it in my belly. I've got it in my back. So basically, the more words you use, you're gonna have to switch on your cortex regions, right? So you just start talking in wordy sentences, right? And the reason why you're feeling anxious. I'm feeling anxious because I've got this electricity bill, and I wasn't sure how much money I have in my bank account, and da, 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 da. And the thing is, when your intelligence is off, we begin to catastrophize. We begin to think worst case scenario, right? So, oh, we've got no money in the bank. Oh my God, we're gonna die. You know, that's what the amygdalas will make you think. That's what an anxiety attack is basically. It's the amygdalas making you think that you're gonna die. That's what feels like you're gonna die. And that's why people say, I think I'm gonna die, right? And the amygdalas will misinterpret things like your heart beating faster, which is just normal because adrenaline's making it beat faster so you can run faster, right? But the amygdalas will tell you you're having a heart attack. Oh my God, we're going to have a heart attack, you know?
This happened a couple of days ago in Bunnings.
Did it really?
Yeah.
A panic attack? Right? That's your amygdalas telling you what happened.
I first felt my heart racing.
Yeah.
I was just walking around with a basket.
Yeah.
First my heart racing, and I was like, I noticed that. And a just overwhelming feeling of like anxiousness and like I can't be here. And then I couldn't move. I ended up just on my knees on the ground.
Okay.
Two old guys come up and put their hands on me, make sure I was all right. And
Okay.
it only lasted about a minute.
Okay. What was that like when they put their hands on you?
It's comforting for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I haven't had a panic attack around many people before.
Okay.
Like it happened around them, but they're not like coming up to me, touching me, or you know what I mean. But this was when they two old guys came up. They weren't even friends or anything. They just must have seen what was happening. Me holding my heart, like the look on my face.
You know what triggered it? So sometimes there's an obvious trigger, and sometimes there isn't. So when you think of all those incomplete events, and imagine them like little containers of adrenaline. And if you've got lots of them, it's like your body's just like full of adrenaline, but you sort of get used to it, you know. And then you're walking through Bunnings or whatever, and subconsciously, you know, you've got this big barrel of adrenaline in your body, like a big barrel of gasoline. And you know, you're walking through, and you know, subconsciously you might have picked up on something. It could have been a color, a letter, a shape of something which is similar, which was part of a trauma previously, or it could have been something you've eaten, or it could have been some other process that's happening, right? But either way, it's almost like a little bit more adrenaline has got into that barrel that's already full, right? And it's just gone boom, and it's just activated. It could be because of something out of your conscious awareness, but in your subconscious awareness, something in your environment, or it could be just some internal physiological process which has randomly happened. Sometimes we know what it is. It could be, you know, a particular person or an object or something, right? Some other things. So there's a technique called name entertainment. Soft voices. I've got your back. There's a technique which somebody told me about. A very wise person actually told me this one, and it's basically for some people it can just stop your thoughts, right? And it's where am I? Where am I now? Where am I now? Right? And that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, I'm in Bunnings, right? But you can say that to yourself. I'm in aisle 9 of Bunnings, you know, in Duckworth Street or whatever, and you can keep on going. In Townsville, in Queensland, in Australia, Southern Hemisphere, Earth, the universe, right? That's one way you can go. Or you can say, where am I now? Am I in the past? Am I in the future? Am I in the now? You know?
I like that.
Yeah, right. And there's someone very wise told me that one, and I looked into it, and it's actually a technique from Tibetan meditation. And it can, for some people, that can just stop your thoughts, like a circuit breaker, right? Other things that can help um, is actually, and again, you've got to have some sense of awareness to do this, right? So, and I know this isn't always practical, right? So, putting something cold on your face, preferably cold and wet, can activate something called the mammalian dive reflex.
One of my questions.
Right, we'll come back to that
Yeah.
then. Okay, we'll come back to that one. From a preventative perspective, having something in your mouth generally. So if you think of a baby with a pacifier, right, or a baby with a teething ring, so they're very stressed, right? Teething is very stressful, right? Very painful. So why does the teething ring help? Well, basically, when you put something in your mouth, you begin to salivate, right? And one of the processes that's behind salivation is what's known as your rest and digest response, otherwise known as your parasympathetic nervous system. Okay, this is the opposite of your sympathetic nervous system, which is essentially a fight and flight response. So your parasympathetic nervous system does a number of different things, and one of the things it does is calm you down. One of the other things it does is it activates salivation. So if you get it to do one job, it's almost like it'll do all the other jobs at the same time, simultaneously. So if you can almost like force it to enhance itself by forcing it to salivate. So you're forcing it to switch on the other jobs it does, which is calming you down.
Let's touch on that. We'll touch on it more when we talk about the cold water immersion. But let's touch on it now, what it does physiologically, the dive reflex, when you put cold water on your face or your head or whatever. Because it is something that people could do when they're feeling overwhelmed or super anxious at that moment. So let's touch on it now.
Sure. So, but just basically what I was going to say was, from a preventative perspective, having something in your mouth, like chewing gum or whatever, just generally, so you're salivating, helps to keep you calm. So think baby of the pacifier. Okay, mammalian dive reflex. Okay, so, all right, so interesting story. So, in evolution, you get your bacteria that merged with cells and they grew into fungi and plants. This is all in the ocean. And eventually you get fish and they turn into amphibians, and then they went onto the land and turn into your birds and your reptiles. And eventually you get mammals, right? And some of those mammals, they look like dogs, like primitive dogs, right? And some of those dogs, they went back to the ocean, right? And they started to swim out to get fish, right? So they swim out, get fish, and they, over time they began to adapt to dive deeper and dive deeper, right? And one of the reasons they were able to dive deeper is because they have this thing called the mammalian dive reflex, right? I don't think that was one of the adaptations from them going into the ocean, right? They adapted in other ways, like, they grew fins and things like that, right? But I think we already had the mammalian dive reflex before these dogs went in, right? Okay. But this just gives you an example that they evolved into whales and sea mammals, right? And one of the reasons why they can dive so deeply and stay under the water so long is because of the mammalian dive reflex, right? So basically, what this is, we've got a system of nerves in our body, in our face, like sensors, that when they're splashed with cold water or something cold, right, that these nerves, basically, I think it's got something to do with the vagus nerve, are attached to the heart, right, and they calm the heart down, slow it down, so it's not pumped, so it doesn't need as much energy, because to work, for a muscle to work a lot, like fast, to twitch and work, it needs oxygen, right? Your body needs oxygen to make the energy so the muscle can work, right? So the less a muscle works, the less oxygen you need, because the less energy you need. You make energy, it's food and oxygen make energy, right? Okay. So the less the muscle works, the less energy you need. So therefore, the less oxygen, the less food you need. Make sense? So basically, by calming the heart down, it doesn't require as much energy, and it doesn't require as much oxygen, right? So your body just goes into this calm state, right? And then the rest of your body doesn't need as much energy because it's calmer, right? Less oxygen. So overall, you need less oxygen. So that's why the sea mammals can stay underwater for so long. It's because of this mammalian dive reflex. It just calms everything down, so you don't need as much energy. Um, and some of these mammals can stay underwater for a long, long time, right, while they're hunting for their prey, right? Now, um, I believe that this mammalian dive reflex was already there before those wild dogs turned into whales. I think it was already in various mammals anyway, right? So through evolution, we have this mechanism which is in our face, and maybe in other parts of our body as well, maybe in our face primarily. And when you splash it with cold water, like simulating a dive into the ocean, it calms your heart down, right? And there's a video on YouTube actually of you've got to hold your breath, obviously. So you hold your breath, and you can hold your breath, and you put yourself in cold water, right? And what happened is, like, there's a particular video where this guy's heart rate within a few seconds drops from like 75 beats a minute down to something like, I think it's like 45 beats a minute within a few seconds. Really, that's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's one way you can calm yourself down, hold your breath, put your face in the water. Or alternatively, an easy way to do it is just put some like a cold flannel on your face, and it'll have, you're not holding your breath, but it'll have a similar sort of effect. It'll calm you down, yeah. Okay, mammalian dive reflex. What was your thing? Salivation is another one. Oh yeah, and also, you might talk about bilateral stimulation. This is from a preventative perspective. So having something in your mouth to salivate, to keep you calm. Bilateral stimulation music. Remember we talked about the touch points before? Well, you can actually listen to bilateral stimulation music. There's a great YouTube channel called Destin Dynamics. This is what I use and I show my clients. And it's like meditation music, right? You do need to have earphones or headphones. And over the top of the meditation music, you'll hear this soft bass sound going from ear to ear, right? And it's bilateral stimulation. Stimulus that's going from ear to ear. We said before that bilateral stimulation calms you down. And it does. It keeps you calm. So I know people who walk around Coles and Bunnings listening to bilateral stimulation, and it helps them to calm down. I like to joke about it and go, it's almost like the brain is going, because it reacts to motion as well. It's going, what's that? What's that? What's that? And basically it stops your thoughts. Just stops your thoughts like that, so it calms you down. You can't have those anxious thoughts. So what I'm coming from is, it's better to try and come from a preventative perspective, so lessens the likelihood of us having a panic attack. So these are things like having something in your mouth, bilateral stimulation, doing yoga consistently, or you've got the medical route that you need to speak to your medical doctors about. You've got wearables that you can wear. You've got the gut health, taking this holistic perspective. You've got meditation, things like this, which we can talk about as well. And we're going to talk about TRE in a second. You've got these, it's better to be preventative rather to lessen the likelihood of a panic attack. But then if you know a few things that can help you, like where am I now, naming it to tame it, having some support with you, things like that, they can help.
Before we get into TRE, you were talking about preventative for panic attacks. Is there prevention PTSD in general? Like, is there something we teach courses to our soldiers before we send them into war that will limit the likelihood of having PTSD, of having those traumas from doing what their country requires them? Is there anything, is there like training, is there anything out there at all that militaries, first responders could do for their members that could limit on the brain anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Remember we said before about trauma being an incomplete event? It's where the body doesn't feel safe, right? So this is going to depend on the person, right? So there's no definite solution to the question, really, because there's a number of factors involved, like the person's physical health, microbiome state, their own personal resilience, which can be genetic and things like this, right? So, but basically, I suppose it's about the closure of the event, really. It's helping the person to feel safe. And that could be, I've got to be careful what I say here, really, because I'm not a medical doctor. But maybe receiving some sort of medical intervention for some people immediately after an event may help, because there are things out there that may help. And I've got to be careful what I say with that sort of stuff, really. But I mean, speaking to a psychiatrist, I'm not talking about taking medicine for depression and things like this. I'm talking about things which can basically stop PTSD symptoms and help the person feel safe almost immediately, so they can have that sort of closure. Maybe doing things like, well, we've talked about, and again, not medical advice, right? Disclaimer, big disclaimer. Maybe things like talking to someone about like the SGB, things like that. But that would be if they had symptoms. Maybe things like, okay, we talked about inflammation before, right? I personally think trauma is an inflammatory response, or a response that comes from excess inflammation in the body. And it can start within a few seconds, right? So doing things like maybe TRE, which we're going to talk about, that could help maybe for some people, when I'll go into that in more detail and explain how that can help. Ice baths. Having ice baths may also help, immediately afterwards, just to calm the body down. But again, these are very generalized things, and I don't know whether it's going to work for everybody.
Is there a way we can like build resistance? Say like every soldier does an ice bath every day. Is that building the resistance of sitting in 3-degree temperature for 10 minutes? Is that going to better prepare them? Because technically, to me, sitting in an ice bath is a form of, well, it could be traumatic to some, but it's a shock to the system and it's building resilience. So then, therefore, when they come across a traumatic event, would they be more resilient? Like, I'm asking because a lot of our soldiers go to war.
Yeah.
A lot have PTSD. And it's curious to see if there's anything we do before we send them.
Yeah. Okay. So I think, let's build up to this, right? And this is just off the top of my head. I'm not saying this is a solution, right? Okay. And it's not going to be for everybody, because of societal norms, often mental health is stigmatized, and people don't often engage in things which may be good for the mental health because of the stigma associated with that, like it's weakness and things like that. It's often not until afterwards that they engage, because they're in pain. I want to get out of this pain. But I think, let's go through a few things. Okay, so one might be to develop self-awareness. Okay, I know this might be speaking in a bit idealistic terms, but developing self-awareness through practicing meditation, right? So for example, there's a technique called dropping into your body, right, which is on YouTube. And it's about it's practicing dropping into physical sensations in your body. So not just observing them and saying, I feel some stress over here on the left side of my chest or my belly. No, it's more than that. It's actually imagining going into like a diver going into the abyss, so to speak, and then realizing there's no abyss there. Because what tends to happen is the feeling just dissipates. Right? It's like reaching around the back of the computer and turning it off, right? Because like stress is meant to drive us to do something, right? Like run away or fight or do something. And if you actually just sit there and imagine dropping into the physical sensation of stress, it actually dissipates. Weird. Oh, that's a very powerful meditative technique, which I teach to my clients, right? So um, increasing self-awareness around feelings, right? Increasing self-awareness around thoughts. So like, like the technique, where am I now? Things like that. Or I teach my clients another technique, which I call, I am aware that I'm thinking about. So basically, whatever it is you're thinking about, you say, I am aware that I'm thinking about having a cup of coffee. I'm aware that I'm thinking about speaking in this podcast. Whatever thought comes into your mind, you say, I am aware that I'm thinking about. And it sort of like helps you to detach from the thoughts, right? It takes a bit of practice. And sometimes we get sticky thoughts, which are the trauma thoughts. We might have to repeat it a time over and over again. I'm aware that I'm thinking about that event. I'm aware that I'm thinking about that event. The thing is, we have about 60,000 thoughts a day. So you might have a sticky thought, but you've got 60,000 other thoughts waiting to come into your mind. So eventually this sticky thought is going to move, right? And you might have to just give it some oil by saying, I'm aware that I'm thinking about, and it eventually move on. I'm not saying that's going to work for everybody and for every thought. It's just a technique that I've found that a lot of my clients find helpful. Dropping into the body as well, helpful. Also to go to your the ice baths. Okay, this is interesting. So remember when I said before about trauma being sort of, I think it's an inflammatory. I think trauma is to do with inflammation. Basically, the immune system is killing the infrastructure, the physiology, and then you can imagine that, if you imagine that was a building, like this is a building or some sort of machine, and there's acid like, destroying the physiology, and then, things start happening in the building, like the lights start to fuse, or if it's a machine, it might start smoking or things like that. Well, that the lights going on and off, or the smoke, it's a bit like they're your thoughts and your feelings that you become aware of, right? And the behavior that we act out, right? And the immune system is killing the physiology, and it doesn't have time to repair itself. Then that's when things get bad, right? But it's interesting that we have, again, it's like the universe gives us these little clues, right? You go into ice, and we say over activity of the immune system is chronic inflammation. Inflammation means inside flame process, right? Put ice on a flame, what happens, right? The immune system calms down, right? Now, okay, is it because of the ice? Well, I don't know, it might be. I mean, because of the change in the temperature, possibly. There's an interesting aspect of part of the immune system. Some of the white blood cells, which chase after enemy microbes and also often friendly cells and kill them, right? What they tend to do is, you'll see this on YouTube, there's videos of white blood cells killing bacteria. What they tend to do is they will engulf the bacteria or engulf the friendly cell, right? And they just basically squirt a chemical that's like hydrogen peroxide at the cell or the invading microbe and kill it, right? And it's interesting. We talk about the warming up of the body, right? So some of the white blood cells, if you think about it like this, right? Let's say they're heading down towards a wound in maybe you've been cut or something by a rusty blade, right? So the bacteria, the microbes from the blade enter your bloodstream, right? And let's say your blood is traveling for just hypothetically say 30 feet a second, because the heart pumps the blood quite powerfully, right? So if you've got all these white blood cells heading down to the wound at 30 feet a second, because they're in your blood, right? They might shoot past it, right? They might fly past it. But what's interesting is when the body warms up, right? Because those pyrogens we said before make fire, they trick the brain into thinking the body's cold. So it warms the body up. That's why we get fevers, right? Okay. But what happens is to some of the white blood cells is when they're warmed up, they develop a little like hook, like a tail, like a little grappling hook made of a protein called gretin. And they hook into the blood vessel wall, right? That's called adhesiveness. they hook it into the blood vessel wall, and they're able to crawl down the blood vessel, so they don't shoot past. They're able to crawl down to the wound and then engulf the invading microbes. It's interesting, isn't it? So that might be one of the reasons why the body warms up. It's to help the white blood cells with their adhesiveness to kill microbes. Anyway, so ice baths, right? So okay, so for some reason, adrenaline calms the blood system. Sorry, calms the immune system down, right? Or more specifically, an adrenaline spike calms the immune system down. So that's adrenaline that comes in and then goes away. So it's not like in the body at high levels and continuously high levels. It comes in, reaches a certain level, and then goes away, right? That's called an adrenaline spike, right? And for some reason, adrenaline spikes have been associated with calming the immune system down. So an example would be, epinephrine. It's like adrenaline, right? So when someone's having anaphylactic shock, that's like an immune response, right? That's when the immune system is just going berserk, right? And you go, oh, that's an example of the destructive nature of the immune system, right? But what happens when you have an EpiPen? You just basically inject basically something that's like adrenaline, and it calms down straight away, doesn't it? Right? So basically the EpiPen is like an adrenaline spike, right? And this is what you get when you have ice baths. You get an adrenaline spike, right? So if you have an ice bath, and you only need one for about 2 minutes, and below 16 degrees, it doesn't need to be 0 degrees. Below 16 degrees is good enough, right? Or it could be a cold shower as well, and 2 minutes. And what's going to happen is you're going to get this adrenaline spike, and that's going to calm your immune system down, right? And this is why you see, and that effect can last, and don't forget, when you get calm immune system, your body is able to recover. You're generating new cells all the time, right? And if they're not being this called genesis, and they're not being destroyed by the immune system, right? That means that your body's able to recover, right? And every cell in your body, apart from red blood cells, has some things in there called mitochondria, and these are like your cell's batteries that help to make energy, right? So if you have more cells being allowed to grow, genesis, and each cell has mitochondria, the batteries that make energy, you have more cells. That means you have more batteries, which means you have more energy, and that's why people often say, after having ice baths regularly, they feel more energized, right? And most of your mitochondria are in your heart and in the front of your brain, and also in something called brown fat, which is in your chest regions and in your back, right? It's called brown fat because mitochondria are brown, and they're highly concentrated in this type of fat, so that's why it's brown, right? And it's otherwise known as your last resort fat. Anyway, so basically, the more mitochondria you have working, the more energy you have. So basically, when you have ice baths, you begin to get mental clarity. Why? Because the cells are all working, you've got all this energy, and you feel you can focus and you feel good. So, yeah. And also, the immune system's been calmed down. It's not destroying the cells with the mitochondria, so often people with trauma, they feel tired all the time, right? And you begin to get these new batteries coming through, so you feel energized, right? And also the immune system isn't being as destructive, so ice baths help with chronic inflammatory conditions, which are otherwise known as autoimmune conditions, which is when the immune system is destroying the body, and we have these outcomes like these various conditions like arthritis and what have you from the destruction. Yeah. So ice baths help with that.
Oh yeah, I did ice baths for a little bit. I had a veteran friend, who a couple of the gyms decided to buy a couple of ice baths and saunas and go around and rent it out to them. So I was doing it fairly often. I loved it.
Amazing.
I not only loved the feeling of after the ice bath, one accomplishment, you've done it, You do feel energized, you feel good,
You do, don't
you feel amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I highly liked it. My daughter, the first time at 8-degree temperature, jumped in for 15 minutes.
Wow, that is incredible.
And I've got that on film.
That's incredible.
We used to do it. Me, her, and I used to take Kyron. We just go there like second morning or whatever and do a sauna, then straight into the ice bath and just take it in turns doing that.
That's the key, really. It's that consistency.
Yeah.
And to go back to what you were saying before about preparing, basically it goes against all of our natural, it goes against nature to go into cold, right? Without your clothes on, right? So just a pair of shorts, whatever. So essentially, if you think about it, right, you're going towards the cold, and the first thing to actually trigger is fear. Right? So, I don't want to do it. I've been doing this for years now, right? And I still get the fear every time, right? I get the fear, I'm not going to do it, right? And like my first ice bath was 3 seconds, and I just dipped my toe in. And when I went back the next day, I did it 5 seconds, and so on and so forth. So the first thing you've got to walk through is your fear, right? And that's pretty tough to do, right? So if you're doing that consistently, that builds your resilience. That's making you tougher, as psychologically tougher. I can walk through fear. I can do it. I know I can do it, right? And it's almost like actions speak louder than words. My actions speak louder than the words, which is saying I don't want to do this. Right?
That's my favorite thing about the ice bath. Everything in my environment and my body, my mind, is telling me get the fuck out of there.
Exactly.
And it's how I knew my mind and me, my consciousness was separate.
Yeah.
Because your mind can be like, get the fuck out of there, you're about to die, you're freezing to death.
Yeah.
But you go, no.
Yeah.
And that's why I love it, is that because you do control, like everything around you is saying, don't do this. Take control. That's why
you take control. You take control, like your higher self.
Resilience. Yeah.
Your higher self takes control. And then the next thing which happens is you actually get into the cold, right? And you get that shock feeling, right? So you get the adrenaline, right? The adrenaline starts coursing through your brains, right? And the next thing is you might start feeling some pain. So you got the shock feeling, which is telling you to get out. Get the fuck out, right? But if you stay in, it's almost like the fear is one thing going towards the cold. The shock and the fear combined, get the fuck out. It's the second thing, right? But you stay in. The third thing is pain. This is particularly for people, joints, yeah. Now, I'm not talking about people with things like arthritis here. I'm talking about people with no health issues, right? So they may begin to feel pain, right? And that's because you have a system of proteins in your body, right? It's like your internal thermometer, right? So we can sense whether something is warm or cold because of these proteins, right? They will send messages to your brain and say, hey, this is warm or this is cold. And that's how we know, right? And below a certain temperature, I think it's 16 degrees. I'm not sure, right? But below a certain temperature, the proteins that register the temperature below from 16 degrees down, right? They are, and I could be wrong on the 16 degrees, that these proteins are attached to pain processes, right? For survival purposes, right? So don't forget, I'm not talking about people with chronic pain and things like this, just if they didn't have any pain. Right? So they get in and they may begin to feel pain. And this is like the next survival thing, right? So you have fear, then you have fear and shock, and then you might have pain. And the pain is saying, get the fuck out, get out, right? But if you stay in and you breathe in a particular way, right, which is in through your nose and long exhales, if you can breathe in through your nose, not everyone can, or just breathe in slowly in through your mouth and long exhales out, right? Basically, and you can hum as well, just humming. I do breathing, like because that sort of helps to calm you as well.
Frequency of the universe.
Absolutely, right? Right?
528.
Is it? Right? It's like the idyllic frequency, isn't it?
healing is 528.
Right.
Also, the frequency of bees flapping.
Is it really?
Another good impact. You know how honey lasts forever.
Yeah.
Bee keepers have the highest life expectancy.
Right.
And I wonder if it's because of frequency.
Is that beating it on frequency?
Yeah.
Wow.
First 528. Love connection. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm taking that.
Yeah, go for it.
Right. Okay. So, all right. So you get the pain, right? And the thing is, if you focus on the pain, I remember the first time I did this, right? I got in the ice bath. This is at home. I had 40 kilos of ice in there. It was like, I don't know, 1 or 2 degrees. I don't know if you know, I'm a Wim Hof instructor, Wim Hof method instructor, as well as a TRE instructor and a DDP instructor. I become instructors and things that work, that help people with trauma and things, right? So anyway, so I'm sitting there and oh my God, my hands are pain, the pain. And there's nothing wrong with my hands. I don't have arthritis or anything like that, right? And I just in through the nose, out through the mouth, and I just focused on the pain. I went into it, like dropped into it, you know, and I'll never forget it. I still remember this, and this was like years ago. It just melted. The pain just melted away, you know. I was like, edible, like, you know. And yeah, so you got to the stage where, you know, you just stay there and meditate, and I find that like half an hour goes just like that, you know. And it helps with well, you'll see Wim Hof, he talks about it all the time, how also the breath work too, right? The Wim Hof breath work, that gives you adrenaline too.
So I do want to touch onto Wim Hof breath work.
Yeah.
So I've tried it a few times.
Mm.
In my mind, I didn't realize breathing could energize. Like I had tingles over my body. So like I'm very interested in breath work. Are you ready to go into breath work now? Or?
I was just going to say, from a preparation perspective, because that was the initial thing. So basically, by showing that you can deal with stuff, like you can deal with this fear sensation as it comes up, you can deal with the shock as it comes up, you can meditate in the cold. You know, basically what you're doing is you're dealing with adversity. You're dealing with adversity, right? And also you're dealing with the fear of death, because that's what fear is. There's only one fear as far as I'm concerned, and it's the fear of death, right? It just comes up in different ways, right? But so essentially you're dealing with the fear of death, right? And for some people that can be very intense, right? So once you know that you can deal with the fear of death in this particular, in a safe way, in other words, you can deal with adversity, right? And your body begins to change. It begins to adapt, right? You begin to feel less fear, experience less fear. You begin to experience less pain, or for shorter amounts of time, right? And the brown fat I mentioned before, right? That seems to activate more quickly. So when you get into the cold, it just seems to activate straight away. It's like putting logs on the fire, so you warm up quickly, rather than when you first have an ice bath, it might take maybe 2 or 3 minutes before you start feeling warm. Whereas I can get into an ice bath now and start feeling warm relatively quickly, right? So it's through this adversity that builds this coping with adversity. In other words, resilience, you know. And the more you do it, the more resilient you are to adversity, right? And incidentally, yoga is the same thing, right? Because with yoga, you can put yourself into some pretty uncomfortable positions, right? And but if you show yourself that you can deal with it, you can hold, you know, you can do your 5 breaths or whatever, you know, you can show yourself I can do this. I can actually do this. And now as for the breath work, I can just start talking about it, or you want to ask me questions?
Well, I want to start with going back to the very basics of breath. What's happening when a person takes a breath? What's happening to the body?
Okay.
To the brain?
Okay. So why do we breathe? Okay, why do we breathe? Well, basically, it's for energy. So if you think about it, in every cell, you make energy in each cell, right? So except for red blood cells. So, well, how do we make energy? Well, food and oxygen make energy. In other words, ATP, right? So that's why we eat, and that's why we breathe, right? And we breathe, roughly speaking, 60,000 times in about 24 hours. Depends on the person, obviously. It's weird that we have roughly 60,000 thoughts and 60,000. Like, as one person said to me, it's like one breath per thought. Right? It's weird that, hey? Okay. And incidentally, we're meant to breathe in through our nose, not our mouth, right? If you imagine it like this, imagine a car engine has an air intake and a fuel intake. So you put your petrol, your gas in your fuel intake, right? And your nose is basically your air intake, right? So, okay. So what happens when you breathe in through your nose? Well, obviously you take various gases in through your nose, right? You take your whatever gases are in the air, your carbon dioxide, your oxygen, your nitrogen, and right? And one of the things that happens when you breathe in through your nose is you begin to make nitric oxide in your sinuses. And nitric oxide is probably probably the most important molecule in your body. It's got at least 50 different jobs to do, right? It was so important. It's the only molecule to ever be given a medal by a group of scientists because it's so important.
Sorry, can you give how does someone give an element?
It was just a board of scientists that decided to give it a medal.
Pinned it on a fucking
molecule. They said it's so vital for life. We're going to give it a medal. It's so important, and they're discovering more and more things nitric oxide does all the time, right? Okay, so obviously I don't know all the 50 things it does, but I know a couple of things it does, right? So one of the things it does is, if you think of nitric oxide, like nitrogen, when it mixes with oxygen, it's like ammonia. So that's like a bleach, right? So, and you make it in your sinuses. So if you breathe in through your nose as you're meant to, you make your nitric oxide in your sinuses. Nitric oxide acts like a bleach, and it will clean out your sinuses. So I was a mouth breather for most of my life, right? And then I became a nose breather, and I was a mouth breather and a person who had been prescribed steroids and everything to clean out my sinuses. I was forever having headaches and allergies and all of this stuff, right? And then I started nose breathing. Just it took me a while. It took me about a month to become a nose breather. What I'd do is, throughout the day, I'd just try and breathe in through my nose, and I'd heard it was good for you, so I'd rinse my nose out with saline solution daily. And after about a month, I was able to breathe quite easily in through my nose. It's like my sinuses cleared up. I've never needed medicine again to clean them up. It's just incredible, really. And one of the other things I learned was, when you make this nitric oxide, what happens is the nitric oxide grabs hold of the other oxygen that comes in through your nose, right? And takes it through your sinuses, right? And through these little things called, I think they're called turbanes or turbinate. I can't quite remember the name of them. But basically what these, they're like bone, right? And they influence the stream of air, right? And they make it spin and basically take it down through your trachea down into the bottom of your lungs. The nitric oxide helps to take the oxygen down into the bottom of your lungs, right? And then just pile more oxygen on top. And this is every time you breathe in through your nose. You don't even need to breathe deeply. In fact, I'm not even, I know you can't see this on the camera, but I'm not trying to do this, but this is what happens when you breathe in through your nose, right? You become a natural diaphragm breather. So like this. I'm not even trying to do that. That's actually happening. Babies breathe like that. Babies breathe correctly because babies are generally nose breathers.
Through some practices this year, I noticed that my breathing, they say to breathe in through your nose, expand your belly first, Yes, it actually took quite a lot of work
Mm-hmm.
to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that you brought up the term mouth breather,
Mm-hmm.
because that is an insult to Terry.
Is it?
Mouth breather means
Really?
they're not fit.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? It
Okay.
means they're exhausted, out of breath, fucking
Oh, right.
unhealthy.
Yeah.
And so like that was, I've actually got it written down there.
Okay.
Is what do you think of the term mouth breather? But yeah, so it's funny that you brought it up. And I changed mine. I was a mouth breather.
Okay.
Until I heard a Joe Rogan podcast, and he was talking about.
Was that with James Nestor? Or?
Oh, I don't know who he was talking to, but he mentioned the term mouth breather. Like, oh, bloody mouth breather, or whatever he said. And then I started noticing my breath. I was just like acknowledging how I'm breathing, and I'm like, I breathe through my mouth. I'm a fucking mouth breather. I didn't even realize. And then since then, it's been a battle. Like sometimes I'm still catching myself breathing through my mouth. Sometimes I catch myself and I haven't breathed it like a minute. Like I haven't taken a breath in.
Really?
Oh shit! I got to breathe here. Like,
Wow.
yeah, which is starting to weird me out, freak me out. But neither here nor there. But yeah, so I love. Sorry, I just had to bring up the mouth breather and
well,
yeah.
I think one of the important aspects of the difference is with a nose breather. If you think about it like this, right? We need oxygen to make energy, right? So the more oxygen you have, the more energy you can make generally, right? Okay. So if you think when you breathe in through your nose, right, you're filling your lungs with oxygen each time you inhale. That's why your belly comes out. It's because your lungs are getting full, and your diaphragm is pushing down, right? And so basically, when you breathe in through your mouth, what happens is, I'll just exaggerate this, right? But this is what happens when you breathe in through your mouth. You only really fill the top part up, right? So you're only getting half a tank, right? So less oxygen means less energy, which could be one of the reasons why people who breathe in through the mouth are often tired, right? So if you think of sleeping, right, with your mouth open, right, and the older we get, the more likely we're going to sleep with our mouth open, right? So sleeping for 8 hours with your mouth open, you're going to wake up and it's like having a mobile phone only like a third charged, and you expect it to work all day for you. What I do is, and I'm not telling anyone to do this, by the way, I tape my mouth closed at night time, because I saw James Nestor talk about it. It's been on various podcasts, and what I started to do, once I was comfortable nose breathing, I started to just wear a little bit of medical tape on my mouth, just walk around with that in the evening in my unit, and I just get used to it. And I don't know, maybe I did that for about a month, and then I just started. I thought, I'm going to try it, go to sleep, and I tape my mouth closed. Not recommending anyone else do that. This is just me, and best night's sleep. You wake up charged. Yeah, wake up charged. Yeah.
So how does taking in more oxygen make someone like Wim Hof seem superhuman? I'm Everest.
Okay.
Like in board shorts. How does taking in more oxygen, like even if you do the Wim Hof breathing technique or other breathing techniques, feel energized, you get tingling all over your body. How is more oxygen making us do that? How does breathing make you achieve more?
Okay. So there's a few things going on with Wim Hof, right? Some of it's got to do with breathing, and some of it's got to do with cold exposure, his ice baths, right? So if we take the breathing first, right? So with the Wim Hof breathing, and there's several different types, by the way. There's several different techniques. The fundamental technique is basically, he says you can either breathe in through your nose or your mouth. It's up to you. He just says pick a hole and breathe in through it, really, right? And you generally exhale out through the mouth, right? But the idea is to get you stressed. That's the idea of the Wim Hof breathing. It's to induce a stress response, really. And why? To show you that you can deal with stress, right? Just like the ice bath, it's to show you that you can deal with stress in a controlled way, in a safe way. So if you can deal with stress, adversity, in other words, that develops resilience. That's one thing, psychological resilience. Okay, so what else is going on? All right. So don't forget when I said before. So breathing like this, right? That's going to, if you're breathing in through your mouth as opposed to your nose, by the way, when you breathe in through your mouth, that's very sympathetic activating. When you breathe out through your mouth, you're going to activate your parasympathetic system. That's why people sigh.
Sigh all the time.
Okay. So that's your body trying to put a brake on, right? There's a technique called the physiological sigh by Andrew Huberman, which is 2 inhales in through your nose and long exhale through your mouth. The first inhale is longer than the second, so it looks like this. Right? It's called the physiological sigh because of the long exhale, right? But also the double inhale as well. Do that 5 times. Don't do it driving or in water. It helps to calm you down. But anyway, so back to Wim Hof. So basically, doing that, that's going to induce some stress because mouth breathing also induces sympathetic activity, breathing in, right? And the idea is to get you stressed, right? So that's going to make some adrenaline. The adrenaline spike, remember, the spike, because we're only doing the breath work for a contained amount of time to get this adrenaline spike. Don't forget that helps with reducing immune activity. So that's one thing. Reduce immune activity, you get genesis, right? In the fundamental technique in Wim Hof, the other thing that you're doing is, okay, you're taking in a lot of oxygen. So your body becomes oxygenated, right? Okay, so you begin to feel energized, right? And then in the fundamental technique, after about 30, 40, or 50 breaths, what happens is you take a big deep breath in, and then you just sigh, let it go. Right? You don't force all the air out, you just sigh and just let it go, right? So you just, and then you hold that exhale, you hold that short exhale, right? Okay, so far you've had a stress response, which is basically adrenaline, right? And which is adrenaline spike, helps with inflammation. You've also oxygenated your body. Okay. So, and the other thing is that makes you want to breathe in the first place every time you breathe normally is a buildup of carbon dioxide. Right? Carbon dioxide is the thing that tells your brain to breathe in and out and all this stuff, right? Okay, carbon dioxide is a waste product from respiration, food, oxygen, ATP, carbon dioxide, right? So basically, but you breathe all your carbon dioxide out. So there's no carbon dioxide to tell you, or there's only a little bit to tell your brain to breathe. So you don't feel the urge to breathe. So this is why people can hold their breath for 2, 3, 4. My longest is 5 minutes, right? I had one person that came to one of my Wim Hof events. Months later, he could hold his breath for 12 minutes.
What's the average person do? Like 30 seconds?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. But I've had people come to my events who've never done the Wim Hof breathing before. They can hold their breath for like 2 minutes. It's just phenomenal to watch, right? Okay, so what's happening? Okay, so being able to hold your breath in a safe, controlled way, right? That is also building psychological resilience, right? I can actually deal with this. I'm actually dealing with the fear of death here, right? I'm not saying hold your breath until you're like going blue. You know, the Wim Hof emphasizes safety and never force anything. Listen to your body. If you want to breathe in, then you breathe in, right? Okay, so that's another thing. So psychological resilience. Okay. Physiologically, what's happening as well is there's a little bit of carbon dioxide being produced. Remember, carbon dioxide tells your brain to breathe, right? There's a little bit being produced because your cells are still combining food with oxygen. You've just taken a lot of oxygen. Combining those two things, you're still making ATP and you're still producing carbon dioxide as a waste product. There's a little bit in your body, right? But what's the significance of that? Well, carbon dioxide basically helps the oxygen to go out of your red blood cells into your cells so they can be used to make energy, right? So you need carbon dioxide, right, to talk to the red blood cells and get the red blood cells to release its oxygen into the cells so it can be used to make energy, right? But what if you breathed out so much carbon dioxide, you've only got a little bit from the production of energy, right? So what your brain does, it does something really clever. It tells your spleen to dump millions of red blood cells into the bloodstream, possibly to, or one benefit of that is you're increasing the likelihood of a collision, because all these red blood cells are full of oxygen, increasing the likelihood of a collision with a carbon dioxide molecule, right? Because only a few of them, but the more red blood cells you have, the more likely you're going to collide with a carbon dioxide molecule. The oxygen gets released into the cell, can be used to make energy, right? Okay. And to make that happen, you've dumped millions of red blood cells full of oxygen into your bloodstream, right? And guess how long those red blood cells stay in there for, those extra millions? 6 days, right? So if you're doing this breath work every day, you're getting millions and millions and millions of extra red blood cells pumped into your body from your spleen, right? All that news. And each red blood cell carries oxygen, right? So it's like having a little oxygen tank, like a little scuba tank, right? And if you've got millions and millions and millions and millions of extra ones, right? And you've been doing this for years, so imagine how many extra ones like Wim Hof's got, right? So when you go to higher elevations where there's hardly any oxygen, but he's got loads of oxygen in his body because he's got loads of oxygen carrying tanks in his body, that's why he's able to go to the top of Everest without any oxygen. That's one, right? So it's the adaptation that happened from doing all that breath work, right? The other thing that happens is, so that's a form of resilience. Adaptations lead to resilience. In other words, lead to be able to cope with adverse conditions. One of the adverse conditions he was able to deal with was low oxygen, right? This is why athletes, what they'll do is, I don't know if this is still legal or not, they will go to a high altitude, right? And the brain goes, shit, we haven't got enough oxygen. Dump a load of blood cells that carry oxygen, and then they'll come down from the high altitude, right? Oh, sorry, while they're up there, they'll take some blood, this red blood cell rich blood, right, with loads of extra stuff, high oxygen blood, then they'll come down and give it to themselves. So basically,
the blood doping.
Yeah, right.
It's not allowed in a lot of sports.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's highly elite.
Yeah.
We at one of my old units, there was a altitude training room where you could reduce the oxygen in it. And
right.
Go in there and train. If you only used it if you were specifically going through that theory.
Yeah.
But so
your body adapts, right? It produces more red blood cells, so you can carry oxygen and low oxygen. So basically, producing more oxygen carrying cells. And the other thing that happened was the reason why I didn't have to wear clothes, you just wear a pair of shorts and gloves and a hat and sunglasses, basically. And boots. It was because of his ice baths, right? So basically, his body adapted to the cold. Brown fat activation very quickly, all of that stuff. So his body had become resilient. That's why he was able to do what he was able to do.
Because he's looked at now a pioneer among the Western world as breathing techniques in cold water. Started the trend of ice baths. I can tell. I'm very curious about breath because we get taught box breathing or combat breathing. It depends what in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4, and that's to calm us down in high stress environments. Is that still putting oxygen into us? And how does that calming us? Yet when I do the Wim Hof breathing technique, I don't feel calm.
It's because the Wim Hof technique isn't meant to make you feel calm.
Okay.
It's meant to induce a stress response. Right, so to help you develop a resilience to stress, and it's meant to give you adrenaline. The other thing it's meant to do is give you adrenaline to help you overcome the fear of getting into the ice bath. So like adrenaline can give you courage as well. Like you could supercharge yourself with adrenaline. One of the things it can do for some people is give you the courage. So basically the Wim Hof method is stress, the breath work. You're meant to get stressed. And then what he wants you to do is he wants you to calm down. So by meditating for a couple of minutes, just to prepare yourself for the ice bath, but you're still going to be up there from the breathing, right? If you've done 5 or 6 rounds of breath work, you're still going to be up there. Then you calm down, just telling yourself, I'm gonna go into the ice now. I'm preparing myself for the cold. That's just to prepare your body. It helps with the fear somewhat. The adrenaline from the breathing helps too. But it's also important to do just a minute or two, just meditation. That's what I'm going to do, because when the body goes into a big shock, which is what can happen if you just get into cold water. What can happen is you've got the rhinovirus in your nose. This is the cold virus. It's always there in your nose and your sinuses. It's always there, right? But it's kept at bay by your immune system. And if you suddenly just get into cold without any preparation, without any, just sitting there, this is what I'm going to do, this is the expectation. If you suddenly get in, what can happen with inexperienced people is the body can go into shock, which means the blood from your extremities rushes to your core to keep your core warm. And basically what happens is the blood contains your immune cells. So the immune cells race to your core and they expose the rhinovirus. So that becomes busy. And that's how you get a head cold. So basically by just sitting and just meditating, just being calm for a minute or so, it reduces the likelihood of you getting a cold, right? And but it's meant to get you stressed. So you do breath work, then calm, and then you get into the ice, and then you breathe in a calm way, in through the nose, out through the mouth. You don't do the in the ice, in water, because you can pass out. So it's just gentle breathing. Inhale, nice soft and long sighs or humming out through the mouth, and that helps you to go into sort of like a calm state. When you exhale, you're enhancing parasympathetic activity. When you exhale out through your mouth, when you inhale through your mouth, you're enhancing sympathetic activity. So the calming is the sighing, and that'll help calm you down, which helps to overcome any sort of uncomfortable feelings. And then over time, what you're doing is you're getting comfortable in adversity, which is basically resilience. Comfortable with adversity, resilience. Okay. And the more you do it, the better.
Okay. Now, there's different types of breathing techniques. You're also a Bocchietto.
Do you mean Buteyko?
Buteyko. Sorry, no, I'd never heard of it before. I'd just seen it there. I was just trying to memorize it. You explain what that is and how that differs, if it differs from.
Yeah. So basically, Buteyko is about it's nasal breathing. It's not about inducing stress, really. It's about just breathing properly, breathing in through the nose, out through the nose, just nasal breathing, right? Nasal breathing. And it's just basically teaching you to breathe how you're meant to breathe, right? And it also incorporates other things like breathing a certain amount of times in a minute. Like say, this will depend on how much oxygen you have in your blood, right? So basically, let's say, and this is not hard and fast, but some people who can breathe properly in and out through the nose and are in fairly good health, they might breathe, say, between 10 and 15 times a minute, right? Calm. And the calmer you are, the less activation of your immune system, the less inflammation. Mouth breathers, on the other hand, might have to breathe more often because they get less oxygen, right? So, and you need oxygen to make energy so your body can survive. So if you're not getting enough oxygen, you're going to have to breathe faster.
Isn't that funny that the bigger orifice fills your lung up in a second, gives you less oxygen than, fills you, but you feel filled up.
Yeah.
But you get actually less oxygen than if you took 20 seconds slow.
Yeah.
It's crazy because I think most people, especially when doing exercise or whatever, to get as much oxygen as possible, breathe through the mouth.
Yeah.
And they think that that's beneficial.
It's not.
It's
not.
Interesting.
No. And I mean, I can't run while breathing through my nose. I mean, I can sit comfortably breathing through my nose, but there are athletes now who are training, like Anders Olsen. He taped his mouth up, and I think he did it a half marathon. Might have done a full marathon, I'm not sure, with his mouth taped. Right, it took him a few months. I was talking to someone the other day who actually does this too. took them a few months to convert, and they've actually found that it's easier. There is like a conversion time, you know. Some people can do it, some people can't. It feels too uncomfortable.
Just reflecting on my running, I've done a lot of running and I think when I start my running, I'm in twice through the nose, out through. So I'm like,
Okay. Yeah, okay.
that's my breath until I'm puffed,
Okay.
and then I think it's all mouth, and I think
Yeah.
like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I like to reflect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, breathing in through your mouth, you're going to get less oxygen, and which means your body's going to be under stress, and stress activates the immune system. So in other words, you're going to have an inflammatory response, right? So people who are mouth breathers are generally going to, I think anyway, going to have more inflammation than people who are nose breathers. And they're going to be more stressed, tired, and all the issues that come with having less oxygen.
A correlation mouth breathing health, like overweight people tend, like if there's certain correlations that happen to that why people breathe through their mouth other than through their nose.
Personally, I think so. Because don't forget, stress, or a chemical that's associated with stress, is cortisol. And what does cortisol do? It suppresses testosterone, and it causes the body, and some people, to lay down fat, right? So it could have that association. Also, the guy who developed potato breathing, Dr. Potato, I think it was Dr. Konstantin Potato, I can't remember his first name. Anyway, he's from Moscow in Russia. And he was a young doctor, like 27, 28, in a hospital ward, medical doctor, and he had very dangerously high blood pressure. Right, he was a mouth breather, right? And I can't remember why, but for some reason he started nasal breathing. I don't remember why, and his blood pressure regulated itself within a couple of weeks. Nitric oxide made in your sinuses makes your blood vessels expand, right? So that decreases your blood pressure. You can make nitric oxide in your mouth, but not enough to write home about, really. So then he went around his patients. This is in the 70s, I think. He went around the patients on his ward, and he noticed a lot of them were mouth breathers, and he saw some were nasal breathers, and he noticed the mouth breathers. It was something to do with their recovery time was slower than the nose breathers. He did some research on it anyway, and he started the potato clinic.
Mum just had a heart attack weeks ago. She's on blood pressure medication. I don't know if she breathes through her mouth, but it got me curious. Then you talking about that, I wonder if this stuff like breathing through your nose will eventually come into Western medical after like surgeries, like heart attacks or whatever. Here's your pills, your blood pressure pills. I want you to practice this breathing technique. Like, and when are they going to correlate and come into from our general GP doctors and surgeons? When are they going to start looking at the holistic side as well as just the fucking shoving pills down our throats? Because I was on 21 tablets a day of pain meds, anti-anxiety, antidepressants, everything, and it's not good for me. I really dislike pills and those type of terms. Yeah, but I wonder if they will eventually bring in to Western medicine like this holistic approach as well as the Western medical approach.
I hear your frustration, and I have to be very careful with what I say, but I do really hear your frustration. I think a good thing would be to do, and they do this to some degree, is teach it in schools.
Yeah.
I think if they can teach kids how to breathe properly in schools, that could be a start. And some people just seem to, it's just part of culture, right? It's just reinforced by culture. I was a snorer, but maybe for some people there are things you can do, like I did. I mean, I one of my ex-partners, she said, you snore so badly you're gonna have to sleep in the living room, right? So That's what I did. Right? I had no idea. But I was also extremely overweight at the time as well. Possibly because one of the reasons was I was a mouth breather, cortisol, stress, but also I wasn't looking after myself. So when I started looking after myself, eating healthily and losing weight, and then I found out about nose breathing, having been a lifelong. I actually watched a video by a guy called Patrick McEwen. He is now Mr. Buteyko. Buteyko is spelled Buteyko, right? He's the one who got trained by Dr. Buteyko in Moscow, and Patrick McEwen is now the Mr. Buteyko in the world, right? Pretty cool guy, actually. He's in Ireland. You can email him and he'll reply. I buy books from him. He signs your books. You know, he's pretty cool, actually. And I watched one of his videos. The first video I ever watched was called Shut Your Mouth and Change Your Life. And in that video, he talks about how he had asthma ever since he was a little boy. And when he was about 25, he was at university, and his asthma was so bad. He was in and out of hospital with asthma attacks. He was seeing consultants. He was on medications. He was in a pretty bad way, and he was always tired all the time. And then he saw something about the Buteyko clinic and nasal breathing. And he called the clinic from Ireland. This is in the 90s. And he called them up. They taught him some techniques over the phone. He said within a week, his severe asthma had improved by 60%. Right. And he talks about other things in this video. Shut your mouth and change your life. Right. Be a good guy to do a podcast with that. And James Nestor, the equivalent of Patrick McEwen. And they've both written some amazing books. James Nestor, Breathe. Patrick McEwen, loads of stuff. Breathing Cure, which by Patrick McEwen, it's about this thick. Amazing book. And yeah, so he got these techniques, and he talks about other things in this video. Shut your mouth and change. Like crooked teeth is caused by mouth breathing. Yeah, nose breathing doesn't cause crooked teeth. He said whenever you see top athletes, generally they're nose breathers. They're not mouth breathers. He said that because it actually changes the structure of your face.
So sorry, I know I interrupt a lot.
Okay.
Just as you said that, I breathed through my nose, see what I did. And I noticed when I breathe through my tongue, which I assume would widen out.
As it's meant to.
And then when I breathe through my mouth, my tongue's floating there.
Yeah.
So that was just one quick thing I noticed. You saying that.
It's meant to be up and behind your teeth, right? And what was I going to say? So actually breathing in through your nose, it creates air pressures in your skull, and it actually changes the structure of your face. So that's why, in Patrick McEwen's words, that's why you get these top athletes who are often nose breathers, and often beautiful, handsome people are often nose breathers, because nose breathing creates the beautiful face and straight teeth. Like, you know, I was a mouth breather for most of my life. So that's my excuse, all right?
I got vampire teeth.
Right, you know, so yeah. Incredible, really.
I
recommend the book. I recommend the book, The Breathing Cure by Patrick McEwen, and Breathe by James Nestor.
Find them and put them in the links on the video here.
And The Body Keeps a Score by Bessel van der
Kolk. Yeah, beautiful. You've touched on this a few times now. That's meditation. Yeah, whenever I speak of meditation to people, this is the answer I get. I can't meditate. Sit there for 2 minutes. Can't have a thoughtless head.
Okay.
Now I know that that's not what meditation is. Can you explain in your words what meditation is? Where people's thoughts of meditation are wrong, not wrong, but maybe slightly off, and then how to practice meditation. All right. Before the break, we had just mentioned. I just asked about meditation. I speak to other people, veterans, non-veterans, about meditation. They say that they can't do it. They can't sit there alone, so they don't even attempt. They tried it once in their life, couldn't do it. They've had these expectations of what it was supposed to be. couldn't follow through with those expectations and have given up on meditation. So I just wanted to get your thoughts, and if you could explain what meditation actually is and the process of it and the intent behind it.
Okay. Well, I think, and again, I like to look at the clues, right, of what certain things mean by looking in the word. Right? Before, when I said inflammation inside flame process, Latin word, right? Meditation may have, again, its roots in Latin. Look there for some clues to what it means, right? So eon means process. Tact, TAT, can mean a behavior. Suppose if you extended it into the French, it could possibly mean something to do with the head, maybe, also generally behavior. You've got this behavioral process. And then medi. So generally, if you look at words that have the word or the syllables or the sound medi in, so we've got medium sliced bread. That's certain thicknesses of bread that's in between thick and thin. You've got Mediterranean Sea that's like in between Europe and Africa. You've got medium, as in like the psychic medium, someone who's between spirits, living people. Medicine. So cine means movement, like cinema, action, movement. Medi means some sort of action and movement that's happening in between something, possibly in between ill health and patient. So we've got this medi, means in between something, media, in between the event and the public, the news company. So meditation, you've got a behavioral process that involves being in the middle of something. I think it means in the middle of the future and the past. What's in between the future and the past? It's the present, the now. I think this is why meditation is otherwise called the middle path. Following the middle path means being in the present. So it can be any time you're in the present. So having a conversation, if we're engaged and we're listening and we're engaged in the conversation, we're not daydreaming about what we're going to have for dinner tonight, then we're meditating because we're in the present. If you're watching TV and you're watching a movie and you're connected with the movie, as far as I'm concerned, you're meditating because you're in that movie. You're not thinking about yesterday or tomorrow, 5 minutes ago or 5 minutes from now. You're in the present. And so it's whenever you're in the present. Now, obviously, we have this component where we're going inside of ourselves and being present. And I think this is where there's a lot of confusion. People think that you have to have your mind go blank to be present, to be meditating. You don't. There's about, as far as I know, there's about 200 different types of meditation. 200 different types, right? So a technique I teach my clients is I'll say, what are you thinking about right now? I touched on this before, actually. And they might say, I'm thinking about having a cup of coffee. Sorry, a cup of coffee. And I'll say, okay, so try the phrase, I am aware that I'm thinking about having a cup of coffee. Right? Sorry, because my voice is coming back to me. I'm sort of like, that's what stammering is, by the way. It's like when the feedback loop is like interrupted, we begin to speak differently.
So like this, how you can hear your own voice because of the headphones.
Yeah, that's one of the things with stammering. It's why people stammer. So, okay. So when I say to people, say the phrase, I'm aware that I'm thinking about having a cup of coffee, and then continue that with whatever other thought comes into your mind. Like, I'm aware that I'm thinking about doing some work. I'm aware, whatever comes into your mind, right? When you say, I'm aware that I'm thinking about, you're actually in the present. because you're saying whatever you're thinking about, right? And you have to be in the present to say that. You have to be in the present to say, I'm aware that I'm thinking about. So people who have never meditated in their life, I've had them do that with different thoughts that come into the mind for 15, 20 minutes. I'll say, have you ever meditated before? No. Well, you've just meditated for 20 minutes. See? So you don't have to have your mind going blank, right? Some people say, I find it difficult to meditate because my thoughts don't stop. Well, that's why I use that technique. I'm aware that I'm thinking about. So people with racing thoughts can use that technique to meditate. And with that particular one, by the way, it helps if you do actually say it out loud or whisper it to yourself, outwardly, hear your own voice. It helps to keep you on track. Whereas you can say it internally if you want to, but you might just begin to wander off track. Yeah,
That's exactly what I do. Meditating for a fair bit, and it's like slow down a bit because of that exact.
You're in the place of awareness or observing or witnessing, noticing, whatever words you want to use. But essentially the key is that place that you observe from is a place of stillness. And that's not to say that we won't feel physical sensations with some thoughts like stress or whatever, but a place where observing those physical sensations, a place of stillness, and to be able to have that experience of the self, that's pretty cool, pretty awesome. So again, it just shows the self-awareness that you have, the awareness of self.
In a learning curve. It must have always been there, but I've actively decided to do journal work. Actively decided to look inside. But that's from what I'd learned is the best way. Well, I just got sick of taking tablets and stuff. And I was like, what else can I do? And then watch videos or clips or quantum physics or Joe Rogan or Andrew Huberman or whatever, and you pick up little things. And but I'll try that.
Yeah,
that really worked. And
take some nuggets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty cool, mate. And again, it really does speak to the level of self-awareness that you have, that you're able to do. Not everyone has that. It is a real gift.
Is that trainable though?
I think you have to have the seed there. You want to have like a deep sense of awareness. I think you need to have the foundational components there. I think even if people do have some foundation there, it doesn't mean they're going to have a deep sense of awareness. And for other people, for whatever reason, they're just more outside.
It's funny because for most of my life, I'd have this sense of awareness, but drank, did drugs, addicted to I didn't have the awareness in those moments. Only might have been underlying there and would be masked with other things. But yeah, for a huge part of my life, I didn't have the self-awareness. If I did, I would have been doing, mate. Fucking head. So it's funny that you said I have it when for so long I didn't, or it might have been underlying. But I
think it's probably underlying. The way I picture self-awareness developing is, and this is just a story. I'm not saying this is how it happens, right? So imagine some twins. Maybe they're two years of age, sitting on the carpet in the living room, and mum's washing the dishes outside in the kitchen. And for some reason, one of the twins just wants a hug, right? And just crawls over to the kitchen and touches mum's leg, expecting some reciprocation. But it doesn't happen. Mum's busy, she's tired, she's stressed, whatever. And she says, "Oh, I'm busy, darling, busy, go and play," So this little little 2-year-old is feeling a bit vulnerable, crawls off, and I don't know, maybe goes to the corner, plays with the toys, a bit upset, you know, and but is able to somehow just sit through it. You know, he's upset, maybe a bit tearful, whatever. Remember, I'm not saying this is actual fact; it's just a story, right? Just like a symbolic meaning. So that this 2-year-old just sits through it, plays with the toys, and the ups, and you know, and the upset leads to eventual calm. So the 2-year-old is able to sit through it. You know, maybe that happens several times, over the course of his childhood. He's able to sit through it. And maybe there's even some rumination, some sad thoughts there. But to me, that's one way insight, self-awareness can develop, you know. So the kid goes inside, thinks about the thinking, thinks about things, even if it's negative stuff, thinks about things, life, stuff like that, contemplates, right? I mean, obviously, the healthiest way to do it is for mom or dad to sit down and say, hey, darling, let's talk about feelings and let's draw your feelings, but that doesn't always happen, right? And let's say, so you got one kid who ruminates, and that might turn into imagination and contemplation, right? Sometimes. And then you get the other twin who is again 2 years of age, is just feeling a bit vulnerable, wants a hug, goes over to mom, and mom is not very stressed at this stage, just a matter of timing, really. And mom just reaches down, puts her hand on this twin's head, and immediately this twin feels safe, right? And maybe the twin, I know this sounds a bit crazy, but maybe the twin develops the belief that this nice feeling that's now come into my body is in mom's fingers. She's just put that nice feeling into my body, right? So this kid keeps going back, believing mom's got this nice feeling in her fingers. So that's where it is. So I've got to keep on going to mom and other people for them to give me that feeling. Whereas the other kid learns that the feelings come from inside of his body. So one kid who believes the feelings come from outside and dependent on other people being around becomes outsighted. The other kid becomes insighted, self-aware, awareness. I'm not saying that's actually what happens. It's just a story I tell, just to symbolically put across how the difference
made me realize how hard how much we can fuck without even knowing, causing all the trauma that you might not even know you're causing. Scary.
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we're all traumatized. We're all fucked up. Just that some of us know we are and some of us don't, But it's just nature. Nature has earthquakes, volcanoes, all kinds of natural disasters, right? Because why? Because it's nature. You say it's fucked up, but that's being fucked up is normal. Not being perfect is normal. Our ancestors were fucked up. In other words, they weren't perfect. They were traumatized, but they were good enough to survive. And that's what it's about, really. It's about being just good enough to survive. And beyond that is quality of life, really. But if our ancestors survived, that's good enough. Okay? That's what success is, really. Success is surviving, and some people it's having children and families. And yeah, and if you can if you can hold down a job and get a career and do all that other stuff, great. You're doing quite well. As long as you're not hurting other people, I mean, physically or tormenting other people, whatever. We're being respectful as far as we can be, and not intentionally hurting others. And if we're taking ownership of our own stuff, it doesn't matter how much money you earn or what job you're in, as long as you're taking ownership and as far as you can be, and none of us are completely authentic 100% of the time. As far as we can be authentic, most of the time, and yeah, just being respectful to ourselves most of the time and to other people, and that to me is success.
Yes, everyone's version of
Absolutely.
some people, they're not going to be successful.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
What
not
they're
a life
looking
for me
for,
to
really.
live, but for me, that's not the life I want to live. That doesn't provide success for me.
What they're
So-
looking for, though, they're looking just for a feeling, aren't they? They're looking for a feeling at the end of the day. If you can get that feeling in other ways, then you're successful.
It's funny, my viewpoint of this is sort of changed over the past couple of years. More now that I've been hanging around with the people, because a lot of them don't really have anything. Like, I've met people that are raising family and that's their choice, which is amazing in its own right because they're some of the happiest people I've seen. They still have stresses, they still have their own ups and downs and everything, but they're not more depressed or sad or anything than someone living next door or me or anything like that. And so it just goes to show that different versions of success is different for everyone.
Absolutely.
Earning 50 grand a year might make you happy because you get to do what you want to love to do. You come home with no stress, to a beautiful wife or husband, kids, and it's an amazing time. That is life, which is amazing in itself. That's one thing I love about life is people. Everyone is so vastly different.
Absolutely.
So vastly different. I haven't met a single person that's close to me. Like, not even close in experiences. We might share the same thing, like you're in the military or parents divorced or whatever it was, but not even close, which is amazing because it's something else I've learned. Like, I've got it here, tattooed, I am my creator. I honestly really believe that there's a billion realities out there and will only exist in your own head. Your version of me is different to my version of me, that person's version of me. And it's just, I'm finding beauty in life again.
That's mind blowing.
Which I didn't for 15 years in that military. I'd look at the bush, look for enemy, movement, like shape, size, silhouette. You're looking for threats. And last year, so we've only just changed. Last year, for the first time ever, I looked at the bush, beauty, saw butterfly, crickets, and lizards, heard the birds, and
yeah, right.
I also felt last year the first time I ever rid my judgment. I didn't feel any judgment. Was at a doof on the dance floor. I knew that a lot of my trauma, judgment, worthiness. But then being on the dance floor, and I was like dancing like I would at a nightclub. Like, someone looked at me, they didn't think I was a dickhead. And then I was looking around at like what people were wearing and how they were dancing, and it was the most. I was just like, fuck it. I just started dancing, throwing my shit everywhere. No one gave a fuck, and I felt absolutely free. And it was the most beautiful and amazing moment. I find that moment whenever I go to festivals. It's fucking amazing, and I'm trying to bring that moment to the real world by not being judged. Real world, so I like shaved my head bald, like it's wearing weird things, and like not. It's sorry, I just wanted to bring that.
No, it's good. It's like being authentic, right?
Yeah, and it's
feeling safe enough to do that.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize. So, like in the military, you fight for freedom. I'd never experienced freedom. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't make sense to me. Yeah, you are the least free fighting for freedom. And this year I experienced freedom.
Yeah.
It was just freedom from my own thoughts.
Yeah.
That was it. Like, really, I didn't know. You, as individuals, we don't know if people are judging us unless they tell us. But we can create this reality in our head, which puts us into our own depression and sadness and anxiety because we're like, oh, they're looking at me and the way I'm dancing, and they think I'm an idiot because I'm flailing my arm. In reality, they're looking at you going, "Fuck, there's just some nice blue eyes."
Yeah, right.
And,
Yeah, yeah.
So I've had some issues with my military career from judgment and bullying, segregation. Not until I got out afterwards that I was like, were they judging me as harshly as what I was telling myself they were? And I realized I probably put myself into a bit deeper of depression and anxiety than I actually needed to be. And it's just that self-awareness that is like helping me with that journey. But those little awareness points fucking have really helped me. Really pulled
huge,
me from the darkness.
Massive. Yeah.
I
It
want
really is a journey.
Yeah, and it's a never-ending journey.
Oh.
I'm only a year into it. I was what you'd say eyes closed to the Matrix. That makes sense.
It does.
And now my eyes are opening and I'm getting there, but it is a massive journey. A lot of the veteran world is very closed, eyes closed to the Matrix, which sort of sucks because the healing I've found for me personally could only be found with your eyes a little bit more open.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to achieve, even through this and talking to professionals like you, is trying to put it into words and terms that people can understand that doesn't sound so woo-woo. You know what I mean? If I mention meditation, great, but hopefully help people understand one, what it is, two, how it's beneficial.
Yeah. That's one of the things I like about the ice baths, because you feel a sensation in your body, like the pain or whatever, and you're focused on that. So you're being present. You're actually being present. You're not thinking about yesterday or tomorrow. You're thinking about this sensation. So ice baths are very good for helping with meditation because they keep you in the present because of the cold, right?
I've only ever been in the present.
Yeah, exactly. So you're meditating. It doesn't matter if you're looking around or whatever. If you're noticing that physical sensation in your body from the cold, then you're meditating. And then all you need to do is then transfer that from the ice bath to being at home and sitting on your sofa or lying down on your bed or whatever, and doing the same thing, just noticing the physical sensations in your body from breathing. Or what I tend to do with people is I'll start them off doing the I am aware, right? Let's do it now if you want to. So I start them off doing I am aware that I'm thinking about, which we've done already, right? And then I will teach them another technique, which I mentioned before. It's called dropping into your body, right? So would you like to take a little go?
Let's go.
Okay. So just close your eyes, okay? And I normally do this in 2 steps, right? So the first step is called dropping into the divine space, and then the second step is dropping into. Do the first step as an introduction. So just notice your breathing, particularly your out breath. Noticing the out breath, just breathing in and out normally throughout this whole thing. And as you begin to notice your out breath, just notice as it leaves your body, and just before it turns into the in breath, there's a little pause, like microsecond. Just notice that pause, just breathing in and out normally. Noticing that pause at the end of the out breath. And just go into the pause and extend it if you want to a second. Nothing will happen if you don't, and that pause at the end of the out breath in yoga, all the divine. It happens thousands of times a day. It's always the place to come to. Around yourself. That's the first step.
Can I just say, the veterans listening, that divine space, which is that's when you shoot fucking shot bottom of your breath before in. So it should be easy for veterans to go into that bottom. That's when because that's when the breath is completely out of, when you're completely out of breath, stop moving. So if you're breathing, you're moving a rifle. So the bottom of that breath just before you breathe in. So it should be veterans that are struggling to meditate, try that one.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Let's call the divine space. So go back to that. Back to that natural. So that first step, I call it dropping into the divine space, dropping into the, and it's a step to the next. So can you sense, just give me a nod, are you aware of any other physical sensations in your body? Well, can you just tell me where they are? Okay, that's a good one. The legs crossed over. Okay, so on the out breath, just like you did before with dropping into the divine space, on the out breath, just drop into the sensation of your legs being. And you can move around your body, dropping into the different, for example, left arm on the arm of the, go into the sense, but just notice it, actually go into it, become the sense. On the out breath. And then with your eyes closed, what I sometimes suggest to people is to think of something which is mildly stressful, mildly, I emphasize mildly, a little bit stressful. And just see if you can generate a little bit of stress in your body. And if you can do that, give me a nod. And whereabouts is it? Okay? Put your hand on your heart. And on the out breath, just go into that sensation of your hand on your heart, or just into the sensation that you're aware of your heart. On the out breath, just like you did with divine space. Thanks, being into it. Jumping in lovely warm pool, floating coffee cup. Sensation is body. Smile. So what I do is, once I will get them to practice, I am aware that I'm thinking about for a few minutes, and then when a thought comes along with a physical sensation attached to it, it inevitably will do. I get them to stop doing I'm aware that I'm thinking about, and just switch to that technique on dropping into the out breath, let it dissipate, go back to thinking about. So in a way, they're combining those two things.
Beautiful.
One for thoughts, one for visualizations.
It's going to get me back, which universe has been telling me to do. I do. I go for walks and I look at trees.
That is
more,
meditation.
more than just sitting here.
Yeah.
Like I take my dog for a
Mm-hmm.
watching brings me to a fucking
Mm-hmm.
running around. Like he's got a smile, sniffing, and
Mm-hmm.
that is
That's pretty cool.
being in the van, driving in the van.
Mm-hmm. That is
Just driving
cool,
in there.
isn't it?
It's meditate. That is pure joy, peace.
That's brilliant. Can I ask you, are you in pain at the moment? Whereabouts are you in pain? Okay. Try something with you? Okay. So out of 10, from 1 to 10, how much pain? Get back. I don't know how this is going to go, so see how we go. So, you know that you just dropped into the sensation of stress and also the divine space. On the out breath, drop into that physical, into it.
Bit more.
Go into that. Emphasizing is some people find it helps, some people
Not hurting where it normally hurts. Hurting in a different part of the knee. It's not like a pain. It wasn't like a stabbing pain. It wasn't.
different people, different experience.
Like, I don't know how to describe
You okay?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Different people, different experience. Gotta try.
Yeah, but that's something I tried doing. Try and figure out I try and drop into told about.
Right, okay.
I try and drop in there,
Yeah,
focus,
yeah,
because I know that pain necessarily come from
yeah,
where it's sore.
yeah, that's right.
And
Yeah,
so I try and drop in,
that's right.
figure out where the pain is actually
Yeah.
coming from.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so that might have been what I was just doing then, which
Ah.
might have been exaggerated, like because I do
Okay.
do that.
It's an interesting thing about pain. You know phantom hand syndrome? So there's a therapy for phantom hand syndrome. It's called the mirror box. You heard of that? So basically, in the brain has a corresponding place in the brain for every part of your body. So let's say for hand, it's over here somewhere. I don't know whether it is, but it's somewhere here, right? And so the brain uses that as the reference for hand and what's going on in the hand than the actual hand itself. So when the hand is feeling pain, it's actually this part that the brain refers to and says, ah, the hand is feeling pain, but it's actually this part that's feeling pain. The hand itself is pain. The pain is here. So in phantom hand syndrome, when the hand has been removed, basically it's almost like before the hand is removed, the hand has done this up here, right? And the brain is telling the arm to, or the part that represents the arm to tense up. So the equivalent point is tensing, right? And so basically the pain is the muscles tensing, because according to the part that the hand's here, the corresponding part, this has now gone into a fist, right? There's no fist there because it's not that bit that's feeling the pain, this bit and the bits that represent the muscles, right? So the technique for phantom hand syndrome is to actually stick the limb that's without the hand into a box that's got a divider in it, right? Have you seen it?
I've seen this experiment, but keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. And so basically, and there's a mirror here, right? And so the part of the brain that deals with the fist, it can't actually see the real fist. And what the person does is it sticks their other hand in and can see a reflection of this hand, and it tricks the part of the brain that is representing hand, or closed hand. So basically, when this happens, basically it thinks it's seeing the hand, that it actually represents opening up. So it tells all the muscles to relax, basically. So in other words, pain is in the brain.
Seen the same experiment, or very similar, where a person put their hand there, same type of thing, but someone else came along and did something to the other hand, or like hit it with pain or something, and that person felt pain.
Yeah.
Even though they weren't being touched whatsoever.
Yeah, right.
And it's funny how you said that the brain causes pain.
The brain itself can't feel pain.
Yeah, right. Didn't know that. Because I know the brain can make us sick, and now the brain can heal us. It's funny that. So, the question I should be asking is, why is the brain feeling pain when there's no hand there?
It's because of the corresponding part that represents the hand in the brain. So it's a bit like
Why is that being stimulated?
Huh?
Why is it being stimulated when take away the experiment, just someone with no hand? I just actually had a veteran a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? Why does he feel pain there sometimes, even though nothing physical has even happened? They could just be sitting here and they get.
Yeah. So basically, imagine, like I said before, there's a part that represents hand in the brain, right? So this is what the brain refers to as hand, not this, right? So it's almost like if I had a little flag on it that said hand, the brain would refer to this as hand, not that, right? So that's one thing. So the hand is up here, not down there, right? Also, as well, it's got something to do with brain signals being sent, nerve signals being sent through the arm and coming back up as well, right? Sending down, coming back up. This is like another part. Sending down, coming back up. And when the hand is gone, right? One thing is, like I said, it's gonna before it goes, it's gonna do this, right? Up here, it's actually, because this part of the brain that represents hand is still there. As far as the brain's concerned, it's still got a hand, because the part that represents hand is still there, right? And as far as the brain concerned, the hand is now in a fist, right? So this part is gone into a fist, because this is where the hand actually is according to the brain, right? And also nerve signals being sent down through the arm, right? There'd normally be a feedback loop to say everything's fine, everything's good. Well, there's no feedback loop coming back because the hand is gone. So basically, this part that represents hand is gone into a fist, right? It's causing the muscles to jam up, and that's what's causing the pain. It's the spasm in the muscle, but it's being experienced in the brain that represents hand.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I want to touch on one last thing: trauma response, trauma reasoning exercises.
TRE.
TRE.
Trauma releasing exercises. Okay. So basically, this is a technique developed by a guy called David Berceli, Berceli. Okay. And
sounds like a pastor.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So I think he was anatomist, or he's into physiology, and I think he was also a social worker and into trauma and things like that. And so he would go to war zones like the Lebanon, I think in the 80s and what have you, and he would you know, help people trauma, talking, listening, you know, a bit like a pastor, if you like, social worker.
If you recorded it, it would have been a podcaster.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And he noticed people, you know, when there'd been a bombing or some sort of violent event, he noticed that they would start shaking, and this is what we'd say they've gone into shock, you know, the adrenaline and what have you, right? And he noticed people doing this and shaking, and sometimes throughout the whole body, right? And he theorized what was happening here. Oh, sorry. He also he went to look into the animal kingdom as well, and he studied animals, and he noticed they did the same thing, right? So animals like horses, if you startle a horse, it'll shake like this and then seem to be okay, right? So he theorized that this tremoring, which happens, is a natural response which occurs in animals and also humans, right? So, and it tends to happen after sort of traumatic event or stressful event, right? So he theorized that what it is, it's the body's gone into a fight and flight response. So imagine a horse, right? Gone into a fight and flight response because it's been startled. So it's gone into the supercharged state, right? But it's not running, it's staying there, right? For whatever reason, it's staying still, but it's in this supercharged state. And then the body releases that supercharged state to come out of it and becomes relaxed again, right? I've got my own views on this. I think, well, if you imagine in primitive times, right, you know, you've got a horse is grazing, you know, on some pasture or whatever, and maybe a wolf was come nearby within the vicinity. So, you know, the horse is just feeding on grass, not very nutritious, right? Big animal, needs a lot of food to make a lot of energy to keep it going. Anyway, there's a wolf come in the vicinity. The horse has got into this fight and flight state, like a high energy state. And if you stayed in that high energy state, right, that's like having your car stuck in sports mode. You're going to burn through your fuel very quickly, right? So imagine being somewhere where there's not much nutritious food around, just grass and right? So you're going to burn through whatever energy you're making from the poor nutritious food. You're going to burn through whatever energy you're making, and you're going to starve, right? Because you're in this high energy state. So if you can somehow pull back from sports mode to economy mode very quickly, then you're gonna conserve whatever energy you have for emergencies, right? That's just my own view on that, right? So somehow some animals have developed a technique or developed a way to move them from high energy states to low energy states by tremoring very quickly, right? And to me, that tremoring, that muscle twitching, is a bit like doing simulating a sprint. Like your muscles are twitching very quickly, simulating a sprint while standing still. So it's almost like you're running through this. It's almost like the body says, "Well, simulate a sprint," and sort of like simulate, get to a place of safety, you know, but you're standing still, right? And then within a few seconds, you've done this lightning sprint or the equivalent of it. And the body acts like, okay, we're safe now. We can turn off that energy. And that's my view. Another view is it's just titrating energy, just getting rid of that fight and flight energy very quickly, just venting it off, so you can come back to just being calm again, right? So that's what David Berceli's he recognized this could be just a natural response to shaking. And sometimes you'll see people on the bus, the legs bouncing. You know, you see kids on the bus. Sometimes maybe there's been some trauma in the background, and the leg will be twitching, right? And I think it's the body's response. It's titrating off extra fight and flight energy that's stored up there, and it's moving it away, right? So David Berceli said, "Oh, okay, maybe I can, you know, take that natural response and maybe develop a method, technique to help people titrate traumatic stress, which is like fight and flight energy. We talked about that before, like fear and everything. Titrate it from the body, and maybe they'll feel a bit better, right? So that's what he did. He basically I developed a method which initially is a series of stretching and fatiguing exercises. And then the person lies down and they hold the legs in a particular position, and the legs begin to tremor, twitch. And one of the reasons for that is because of the psoas muscles, which are basically your fight and flight muscles, the biggest muscles in your body, and they're attached to your spinal cord. And basically, they can talk to your brain through the spinal cord because they're attached to your spinal cord. And so basically, it's almost like the psoas muscles start tremoring. They tell your brain, I think this is okay. We can release some energy here. Brain says, yeah, okay, continue with that. And it continues to tremor, and you continue to titrate this traumatic stress away. You do that for 15 minutes and you feel nice and calm. And that's what he found, basically, and did lots of research on it. And I think he did it for a number of years with traumatized individuals, and they felt calm. They do it like 2, 3, 4 times a week, 15 minutes. And he would teach them. And then the military various militaries around the world took it up. I think like 35, 36 militaries around the world do it. It's taught to uniformed service personnel like police, fire, paramedics, and what have you. And it just basically helps. This is normal. This is normal.
This
and
annoys a lot of people.
I would say to people who are doing that, I'd say do it. That's just your body trying to just achieve what everything else in the universe is trying to achieve, and it's trying to get back to some sort of balance. When we have too little energy, we're not in balance, and when we have too much energy, we're not in balance. So the body is just trying to get back to like what we call homeostasis, back into sort of a pseudo equilibrium, pseudo balance, by just titrating away excess energy. That's all it's doing. So let it happen.
So this is called trauma releasing exercises. Can people find this? Do you have links to this? Like, because I feel like this, I've never heard of it before. Which I haven't heard of it. I mean, I talk to a lot of people. Maybe the Australian military doesn't utilize this. Maybe the Australian government doesn't utilize this. So where can people learn about this? Okay.
Well, there are local TRE practitioners. You can just go to the TRE website called traumaprevention.com. That's David Baselli's website. You can have a look at local practitioners. They're all over the world, basically. Or you can have a look at demonstrations on YouTube. Some people learn from demonstrations. David Baselli does recommend that you go and see a TRE practitioner first, because it can be a little bit weird to begin with, because when your body starts shaking by itself. I remember the first time that happened with me. Like, am I consciously doing this or what? And it's when you reach that moment where you know you're not consciously doing it, and your body's just doing what it's meant to do, like just titrating through tremors, then it feels good. It feels really good. So, but for some people, it can be a little bit intense initially, like the tremors can get quite intense, which is why David Baselli recommends maybe to begin with, you do it with a trained practitioner. Other people just watch videos and do it from home.
So jumped onto it. I don't know which that TR. And it said the same thing. Don't try this at home, but then gave a video to try.
Some people, yeah. I mean, the formal advice is go to a TRE practitioner.
And it's the feeling like, so when I've done breath work where not only do I get the pins and needles, I get in pain. Like my body tenses into like excruciating pain, which sort of stopped me from my breath work journey because I thought I was going to snap my arms off. Is
that where you get like T-Rex hands?
Yeah. Like,
okay, because that's called tetany.
Sorry?
Okay, so that's basically when you get T-Rex hands and you start doing all this.
I thought I was going to snap my own forearms.
But basically what's happening there is the calcium concentration is changing in your body as you're doing the breath, and it's causing your muscles to contract, right? So you need calcium to help muscles move, contract, relax, things like that, and the ratios are changing in your body. It basically what you do when you have something like that happening is just relax, start breathing normally, and it'll begin to go back to normal.
So I was with a breathwork coach when that was happening. They kept me going, kept going. I was almost to the point of screaming.
Okay, well, I'd recommend you stop and you breathe normally.
Like,
Okay,
I'm going to do next time.
Okay.
I was in so much, like I was fearful,
Okay, yeah.
scared. Like it'd gone from a meditation about healing trauma to and breath work to I'm literally going to cry in pain.
Yeah.
And it was
Okay, stop, slow down your breathing, breathe normally. It is something which is quite common, and it's called tetany. I can't remember how. I think it's Tetney. I can't remember. But yeah, check it out.
okay.
Just because the gases are changing and various things that
Is it a good thing?
it's a common thing.
Okay.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's a good thing. It's just an outcome sometimes of concentrations changing in your body because of what's happening.
Okay.
Just stop and it'll just return to
That
normal.
sort of stopped my breathwork journey because I got scared. I was like, I don't want to fucking be in pain.
Okay.
And I hadn't really picked it up. And I focused on my breathing, like breathing through my nose.
So how were you breathing when you?
No, I don't remember.
Was it pretty intense?
It would have been intense.
Okay,
Like, I
because
think
again,
it was like.
okay, right? Because again, one of the things with Wim Hof is, and this is where this all come from, really. He says never force anything, and listen to your body. So you like, I teach some people Wim Hof breathing that looks like this. If you came to one of my workshops, I would take you through various intensities of breathing, and then it's up to the person what they do with that. Never force anything. And so, if this was happening with somebody or me, I would say, calm it down, slow it down, just breathe normally, kind of come back. So, yeah.
Yeah, the reason it scared me so much because I actually carry a fair few injuries, and some of those muscular, afraid of tensing and pulling things. Yeah. How often do you run these Wim Hof workshops?
Typically about once a month, once every 6 weeks, just because we've just come into the new year. I'm just going to be talking to a couple of people, venue owners. So I normally do one on Magnetic Island.
Venue.
What's that?
There's a place called Oasis Veteran Club. They've
Okay.
got all these huts and places you don't pay to hire them. You book them.
Okay.
And it's free for veteran organisations.
Okay.
I'll put you.
Okay. Yeah. So normally about once a month, once every 6 weeks. Yeah. And I used it to raise money to help people.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Don't make any money off it.
Don't
Raise
even,
it work.
don't even get a coffee out of it.
I get a coffee.
Well, mate, thanks for the chat.
No worries.
I learned briefly
Okay.
journey.
Okay.
But thanks for coming on and sharing your knowledge and expertise.
No worries.
It's an amazing chat.
Okay.
I think the information.
Cool.
Hopefully we
Excellent.
can heal some people.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.